What areas do you serve?
Oh, actually, that will be the whole, Atlanta area, in northern, Atlanta is our company, but, you give it a call and we find it and we do it, don't worry about that.
Good question. Good question.
Thank you.
And you have a warranty attached to your product, right?
Yes, we.
Awesome. All right. Any other questions for him?
Do we have some business cards?
They're all on the breakfast.
Beautiful, and it looks like they support Wounded Warrior too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wounded Warrior Project, so, and so fire, if there's a fire,
Yeah, actually, fire too, if there is fire damage, we go and mitigate that also.
Okay.
Help.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Any judge.
Thank you so much.
All right. So anybody else have any gratitude?
I got a meeting coming up, I did a golden letter. And, somebody wants to come, so I'm gonna go.
Fantastic. You get business in the summer?
yes.
You never know when it's gonna happen.
Over here.
We are gathering gifts for the raffle prizes for tomorrow night. So
Yeah.
for the holiday party, I have to have it.
Just,
We're having so much fun.
why don't we go ahead and talk about it right now? Yes, let's do it. What's happening tomorrow night?
Party.
All right.
I'll be there.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Ground good.
And Brian made that fabulous sign for us, so we.
Oh, and here's Santa.
Yeah. So tomorrow night from 6 to 10 Roswell Country Club, and it's gonna be so much fun. It's celebrating our 20th anniversary of our market center. It's a very themed party with casino games and prizes and a DJ and all kinds of fun. So be there tomorrow night from 6 to 10.
Awesome. Who's coming? Who's coming in all the lights, glamour, and orange? We've got orange something.
And then also reminder, it is our season of giving, so we have lots of different opportunities for you guys to donate. We do have a wish list for Northwest Ministries, we have a wish list for Peachtree Farms. We have adopted families through Families First. Lenny Pozo is actually heading that up, and she has a wish list for those families if you want to do that. And then we have, we did adopt the 2 families through Cure. We've already dropped off those gifts and they were extremely grateful for all the donations. So if you guys have any questions, if you want to just Venmo Nina, she loves to talk with other people's money. So you can do that as well. So lots of options to make it easy for you guys. So let me know if you have any questions. Yes, and if you want to clean out your closet, because you're getting lots of new clothes for the holidays, you can drop those in Hunter's office or give them to Nina or I, and we will bring those to Northwest Ministry for their clothes closet as well.
We're really low on men's.
Yes, men's clothing.
Men.
clean out my husband's closet.
Got it. Yeah. So, thank you guys.
Thank you for doing that. I love when we have, big givers like that because, and we can be a part of it, because I don't know how many of you have had rough times. But I know I have, I grew up really, really difficult times. So I love when people really are giving and we can be recipients of that on the other end, because it really does impact a lot. So, so thank you for doing it.
And all of these places are right in our communities that support us, so we like to support them.
That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. All right. Okay, who's next? Lindsay. Lindsay.
My oldest is graduating college.
Right?
There you go.
So, okay, so today we're gonna talk about payoffs. Payoffs have to come directly from the payoff lender. A lot of sellers think, well, I can just get that for you, I can just pull it up online. But typically, well, title insurance company will not allow that, first of all. But also the payoff statements that we get oftentimes, are gonna include the interest from the last payment that they made. They'll also include a couple of days of extra interest to allow for processing time. And so when you have that seller that says, well, this doesn't match how much money I owe, there's an explanation for that. And so that's a conversation that you guys could have with them at that time. The other thing that we wanted to mention was regarding, home equity lines of credit. Anytime you have somebody that has a HELOC, make sure that they don't close that out themselves. We'll be happy to take care of that as part of our transaction. If they close it themselves before our closing, they will actually take access away from that account and we will not be able to get the payout letter that we need from the company. We'll have to wait for them to record a cancellation with the county and it could delay closing like by a month or two. It'd be kind of crazy. So just make sure that if they have an equity line, just tell them don't use it and leave it alone and we'll handle that. Okay. Other than that, we have our upcoming events. We're so excited to dress up and have fun with you guys tomorrow. We have obviously you guys know about the ugly sweater contest. There'll be a coffee talk. We have our murder book club, which is only a good time. And then, mojitos and then the other dark form process shooting. Anyway, so that's all I have today. Does anybody have a question? Okay, see you guys tomorrow.
Hey. And jam-packed action item, wait, that I said backwards, jam-packed, action-packed, whatever, you know. No itinerary today, so.
Morning. How's everyone doing? Well, ready for Christmas?
Yeah.
All right, so good news on rates. They've dropped and they're staying stagnant. We're seeing kind of a slow burn. So national average is at 7.125%. So 3-month low. And someone who's purchasing at $450,000 purchase price, if they would have, looked at purchasing a home a month ago, the saving $300 a month on their payment if this rate drops. So get that news out to your clients.
And how much is that based on? How many?
$450,000. Yeah, which is the office's average purchase price. And big market mover this week is going to be Friday, the jobs report. It's really the only big news that's coming out, so look out for that.
Yeah, with that being said, with the rates coming down, we're seeing a lot more competition. I know Matt and I had offers going this weekend. We went in $15,000 over ask, 5 offers, 14-day close, 5 days due diligence, no contingencies. We lost. Someone else went in even higher than that. Then all of a sudden, another situation, $75,000 over asking price is what we ended up doing to win the deal. Appraisal came back yesterday at value. So our appraisals are coming in. Pretty crazy that it was $75,000 over value. But anyway, all I'm saying is competition's picking up. These rates are gonna come down sooner rather than later, to get people that are on the sideline in the game now, where they're gonna be very, very sad in 6 months when they have to pay $50,000 more than they were willing to pay for the house they won, so, yeah.
Yes, and with that being said, they can now qualify for more house on a conventional loan.
Yeah.
So conventional loan amounts have risen, for the 8th year in a row, they rose about 5.5%, so for a single family unit, what was 726 and change is now 766.5. So, I'll breeze through here, a duplex, you're looking at 981.5. A tri, almost 1.2 and almost 1.5 for a quad. So, and if you remember, a couple weeks ago, we announced that with those multi-unit properties, they have now changed what they allow for down payments. So now you can still get those 2, 3, and 4 units with only 5% down. So now you got clients, if they're looking, they're gonna live in it, obviously that's for primary.
Okay, I was gonna
Yep, if
say.
they're gonna live in one of the units, they can do as little as 5% down, even up to a 4 unit. So now with the new, limits, they can go even higher. So just to give you a little idea, I won't go through all of the quads, but for a single family home, that's a sales price now of about 790,000 with 3% down. If you got a first time buyer who's got 3% down, they can purchase up to 790 now, on a conventional loan. So, there you go. Yeah, it's good news, you guys.
That's great. And on a conventional loan, the MI will go off
Correct.
versus the FHA.
Yeah, on the multi-units, FHAs were had a leg up on that because they were 3.5% down across the board on 2, 3, and 4 units if you were living in it, obviously. But FHA has PMI or MIP to the life alone. So conventional, you're right, that's another bonus to that, at 5% down now, you're closer to that lower down payment, but you can get rid of that MI, so. We are super excited for tomorrow night. I know I am.
Somebody's got their dress, yeah.
Six dresses, I gotta try them all on. It's gonna work, I know it.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, if you need one, Vina. So anyway, we're excited.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Five central implementing our goal. We got 2 weeks to originate. We need to.
You wait.
All right, well, I know 210 and Oak is not here, but remember that they are some of our awesome partners, and just keep them in mind when we are out and about. They are our partners. So. We're having I think maybe look under your seat. There might be a giveaway.
Your seat. I don't get it this way. There's so many guys in chairs. I'm right there. Have you found it? I think it's way down there. You found it.
Sorry.
$1 all.
Good job. All right, so we have a special guest on Zoom. Last week, you guys were part of a call at 4 o'clock with Andy Peters, and he brought some valuable content. We have a lot of questions after that. And so he is back today to kind of explain a little bit more. So we're gonna bring him on. Andy, are you here?
Yes, I'm gonna bring you up.
I am here.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, let me see how to get through that.
Yeah, we're working here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh,
Great. So, am I good to go now, Dina?
yes, you are.
All right. So first of all, let me apologize for last week. I've always struggled with how do we get more people on Zoom? And I don't think we've ever had over 100 people on Zoom. You guys broke the internet last week. And I apologize that maybe some of y'all weren't able to get into that Zoom call. It's the first call we've had all year with 100 people, and we learned something. So that's good. So this morning, I really kind of wanted to bring some of this content that we've already talked about. Some of you may have heard about it. But also, this is an evolving situation. In fact, I was in Atlanta on Friday. I spent a day with OPs, and we were talking about this case. We had Jason Abrams that Zoomed in. And so I have a few more talking points and a few more things that, I think would be relevant to what we're experiencing. And, the first thing that I would say, just kind of the disclaimer side of this is, we are in active litigation at Keller Williams. This is a court case, and there was a verdict, but remember, the verdict was only delivered in one state. So there was a jury in Missouri, that rhymes. There was a jury in Missouri that gave this verdict, and it's the only state where we have this verdict. So I understand there are copycat lawsuits being, placed around the country, including Georgia. Ironically, the lead plaintiff for the Georgia case is a Keller Williams client that has worked with one of our megas in Savannah, has done like 11 transactions with them. So this is a close to home situation, right? Something that we're watching closely. So we're going to talk a little bit about the case, but most importantly, we're going to talk about the 5 things that we can do right now as a result of this case. And I'm saying can because not everybody's going to do it. And just a fair warning, the people who really take note of what's going on in our industry and do something about it are the ones that are going to win. And a lot of ways I describe the situation as like the industry had a heart attack and lived. And if you've ever been around somebody that's had a heart attack and lived, they live a little bit differently moving forward, don't they? So we need to live a little bit differently, and we're going to talk about what those 5 things are going to look like. I'm not an attorney. I will do my best to kind of interpret what's going on. And, you know, I think this is one of those things that a lot of OPs are not really wanting to touch this for fear that it could open themselves up. And, you know, and I'm cognizant of that. I don't want to, as a leader, right, I don't want to put this stuff on the back burner. I think Bob Kalinske put it best last week when he said, virus dies in sunlight. And I think a lot of this stuff we've got to bring out, and we've got to show that as Keller Williams, we're the most equipped to deal with this for 2 reasons. The first is we're going to think about this problem with curiosity, and we're not going to jump to judgment. And I think that's a really important thing, and one of the reasons why I love Keller Williams. And the second reason I think we're going to win through this situation is because we are so committed to education. I mean, this is a good example of that, right? And so I think on the other side of this, whatever things may look like, and I can't pretend to predict the future, but whatever things look like on the other side of it, I feel better that we're all with Keller Williams, a company that is going to figure this out and is going to keep the agent at the center of a transaction and is going to operate with integrity. So let's talk about cooperative compensation. Cooperative compensation was an idea that was brought to the table in 1913 by the Association of Realtors, National Association of Realtors. And this is something that it's been a part of our industry now for over 100 years. Believe it or not, this has actually been, this topic of cooperative compensation has been in front of the Supreme Court before. In 1950, it was brought up to the Supreme Court, and it survived. It was a practice that they really dug into, and they wanted to understand it and make sure that it was competitively competent and it didn't take advantage of people, and that it was a legit business practice. And they found that it was. So I believe that this verdict that was handed down in Missouri, I think it's going to end back in the Supreme Court. I just don't see how it's not. So we had an opportunity to be in Austin about 3 weeks ago with Gary, and this was literally 8 days after the verdict was handed down. And I was surprised to see Gary in the room, frankly. He's always wearing black, right? And so he maybe looked a little bit more somber whenever we saw him. And but he was very, very clear on one thing. He said, I exist for you guys. You know, we will get through this. It is money, you know. We don't agree with the verdict, but we're going to get through it, you know. And Gary committed that he's going to continue to fight for our industry and most importantly for our agents. But I wrote down from my time with him, I exist for you. That was what Gary said to us, and I really love that. So my goal today is just to help us think through this together. The trial that we just had, it was about money, y'all. I mean, most things related to trials are, right? You know, being a class action suit, it really was about money. A little bit about it was around ending mandatory cooperative compensation within NAR, but the majority of it was about money. And Gary shared with us a lot of specifics that he probably shouldn't have related to the case. some of the things that I would share with you guys, none of the jurors could have used any of the large brokerage companies. It wasn't allowed. So, of course, nobody with Keller Williams or Berkshire Hathaway or EXP for that matter, or Remax, none of those companies could have been represented. So my question is, who do you think was left over, right? If we're taking the largest companies, that's our jury pool that we're talking about. The other thing that was a little concerning was that the plaintiff's attorney seemed to be in cahoots or close communication with an Inman reporter in the courtroom. In fact, the plaintiff's attorney even mentioned to the jurors that they should get their information from Inman. I don't know how many of you have ever really paid attention to the articles within Inman, but they are sensational at best, right? They are pretty wild what Inman does, and they've got a lot of clickbait, and they want to certainly capture eyeballs because they want to sell subscriptions. So that was a little concerning. Just a few details around the case itself. The attorneys really were not trying to change the industry. That was not their intent. What the press does with this verdict, that may influence the public or the consumer to a point to where that could potentially change the industry. So what we have to look out for is really not unless the Department of Justice were to get involved, right? At that level, Department of Justice involved, that would change the industry. But where we stand today, this is really kind of court of public opinion, which is why we have to win that battle right now and why we've got to prepare so well for it. So we talked a little bit about cooperative compensation, which again is that idea that you would advertise what you would be paying the agent on the other side of the transaction. And there's, I wrote down there were two very succinct benefits of cooperative compensation, and this is important. The first is this is a valuable part of a sales plan, right? This provides a marketing angle for sellers. The ability to advertise that, the ability to advertise what the other agent will be making is a marketing angle, right? It's soliciting help from another agent to sell the property. The second benefit to cooperative compensation, the reason why we need to take notice of this, is that it really makes the market. When you have two sides that are opposing each other, that's what makes a market. When you have one side and that one side wins in everything, that's not really a market, right? I think we all can relate to that. So what do we need to do right now related to this case? We can't fight the wind, right? When the wind changes, all we can do is shift our sails. And so that, with that in mind, these are the things that I would recommend that we start doing today if we haven't already. The first is be transparent. We've entered now an age of transparency, and you might be saying to yourself, well, Andy, I'm always transparent, right? I am a honest realtor, right? That's the way I identify. And I hope you are saying that. We've got to be even more transparent now. We can't make assumptions about things. We've got to document everything. Which brings me to the second thing. We've got to have buyer brokerages up front with no exceptions. Your value is too important for you to leave it up to chance as to whether or not a listing agent's going to be providing you compensation if you're working with a buyer. It's too important. You're too valuable. Your services are too valuable. And we've got to be better, which means we've got to really sharpen our saw on our buyer consults. If you're not having buyer consults, you're having an aha right now, right? You need to be doing that. The third thing is we need to be able to explain what this cooperative compensation is and what it means for a seller. So we talked about that. Again, in review, it's a valuable part of a sales plan. It provides a marketing angle for the seller. And second, it makes the market, right? Those are the 2 points. We got to be able to explain that to sellers. Number 4, seller net sheets are back. Now, again, you may be saying, well, I didn't know we had permission for them to leave. Hopefully you were still using them. I think as markets continue to rage, we probably got out of the habit of doing that. But seller net sheets are back, and we need to be more transparent with the seller around what are the expenses associated, or a better word, what are the investments associated with selling their home. And then the fifth thing, and this is where we had the most discussion within Gary's group, is we've got to be able to clearly articulate our value to a buyer. And when we think about articulating, this is where you're allowed to get creative, right? Everybody loves to be creative, especially realtors. There's 6 phases inside of a buyer transaction. And what I want you to really think about is, how am I different in all 6 of these phases? Because this is what's going to separate you from your competition, right? What is your unique value proposition in these 6 phases of a transaction? So the first phase in a transaction, pre-appointment. How do you prepare for your appointments with your buyers? Do you have them fill out a buyer questionnaire? Do you Facebook stalk them? Do you know what football team they pull for, right? What do you know? How much homework do you do and prepare for that appointment? And by the way, I think that's something you should point out, because somebody that pays attention to the details sets a good first impression, right? That nobody's going to say, well, golly, I wish you hadn't been so detailed, right? So we've got to work on the pre-appointment, how we prepare for. Second, how do you show up on an appointment? Do you show up in jeans and a t-shirt? Do you show up with a one-pager? Do you show up? Are you mailing in that appointment? Are you going to those appointments just assuming you're going to get the business? So how we show up on that appointment is a differentiated benefit for whether or not we're going to deliver our value and articulate that value to people. Number 3, when asked by NAR, buyers across the country said the number one thing that they wanted from their buyer's agent was to find their house. So how do you find people houses? What is your routine? What's your ritual? How do you think about going out and finding properties, pre-market or off-market or on the market or networking through agents? Like, what are you doing in order to find that? And you need to be able to articulate that. Fourth thing, contracts written. So when we think about writing contracts, we kind of got into the habit, right? House hit the market. We got to get this offer in quickly. I'm going to sit it in DocuSign. Just sign it as soon as you get it. And we fail sometimes to really go through that contract. This is a legal document, gang, right? We've got to pay closer attention to what's in our agreement. And even though we're not an attorney, by the way, anytime somebody wants an attorney to review their contract, what should you say? Of course, yes, by all means, yes, you should do that. We should never discourage somebody from having an attorney look at an agreement. But Andy, that makes the process longer. I know, get over it, right? Get over it. This is about protecting the client, making them feel good about the transaction. We may not have done that before. We're going to have to do that moving forward. So contract written, are you sending them a copy and then jumping on the phone and going over it? Certainly you got to go over the first page, but do you go over the other 6 or 7 pages? Do you really take the time so that by the time they're signing that document, they feel really good about it? That's important, because in all of these cases, sellers signed agreements that said that they were paying X amount of dollars, right? And they sued people over it. So don't think it can't happen. It can happen, right? So we've got to be very thorough as we describe contracts. 5th, contract close. What does that look like? What is your process for closing? You know, do you go to the walkthrough in the morning or the day before? Why do you do that? Do you show up with a gift? Like, how do you make sure that that transaction is closed the right way? And again, they feel great about it. Number 6, and the final one, what does after closing look like for you? So is this just a one transaction, one and done, you move on to the next one, you know, and you're transaction based, or do they get fostered into your, you know, your marketing plan or your services plan so that you can stay in touch with them, you know, for the rest of their days, really, not just through this transaction, but hopefully if it's their first transaction, through their additional 6 transactions, because we know the average American does about 7 transactions in their lifetime. So what is that? How do they feel as a result of closing with you and you're after the transaction process? And gang, that's our job. I think we got in a hurry and we probably rushed through a lot of these things. We probably did a lot of these things, but what do we know? If we do these things and we don't tell them that we do it or tell them that we did it, we might as well not have even done it, right? Perception is reality. So that's really what I think. Those 5 things, those 5 actions are the things that I think we need to be focused on right now. Certainly, you guys know this, listings are everything right now. We need listings. And think about your MOFers, right? Getting home values into the hands of your clients. Now's a great time for anniversary CMAs. Get that stuff out. People have a lot of pent-up, you know, there's a lot of pent-up demand, I think, to move. It's just we've got a lot of folks with 3% and 4% interest rates. And as a result of that, we're kind of waiting for life events to happen. So we've got to go find those people, or you might be able to entice somebody that owns a property based upon their equity position that now is the time to move on it, right? To take advantage of that. Don't underestimate the value of your services, right? I think at Keller Williams, we can be guilty of this, or we can be guilty sometimes of just lead generate. And I don't want you to hear that that's not important. Of course, we have to lead generate. If we don't have leads, we don't have anything. We know that's the bottom of the triangle, right? With leads, listings, and leverage. We have to stop those sometimes and slow down and really think about the services that we're providing. And again, ask the question, why do I do that? Why is that important? Maybe poll your people, like what things do you find most important? And we've got to get back to providing those great services and talking about it. So you've given me a lot of your time, and thank you. The final point I would make is that, you know, this is a process. This is not an event. This case is going to be tied up forever. You know, educate yourself, stay up to date with it. You're going to have some sellers that are probably going to play cute with this. And if you can't really explain these things, chances are you're either not going to get the business or you're going to take a deal that's not good for you. And a deal that's not good for you, personally, in my mind, is I think cooperative compensation is a great thing. I mean, there's no problem with cooperative compensation. It's just, unfortunately, we didn't really talk about what this meant, right? And representation is not free, ever. We can never tell a buyer that, you know, use me for on the buyer side because your representation is free. And commission is always negotiable, right? So just some reminders for you guys. You guys know all this. I'm just preaching to the choir, I know. But remember that success really is a result of action. No matter what's going on in the market, forget the market. The folks who shift the sails, right? Don't fight the wind. Don't make excuses. Just change, right? Get in the habit of being comfortable with change. This won't be the last change that we have to endure, right? And I believe, like I said before, I believe we're really positioned to win through it. All right. Is anybody crying or dying at this point? Everybody okay?
Yeah.
Any quick questions for Andy right now? Thank you, Andy, for all your time.
Of course.
We're like deer caught in the headlights right now. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we need to get into action. I think we need to be the buffalo, right? Yeah, so, thank you for your time, and I appreciate you so much for coming back with those great pointers.
My pleasure.
I'll need-
Keep winning. Keep winning. I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you, Andy.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, was that good? Was that helpful? Yeah. And I think if there is one thing that we need to do to get into action, if we haven't done it, is solidify our value. Solidify our value. I think that's where, if we don't know where to start, I would go back, re-listen to it. It's recorded, it's on Facebook, right? Right? Which one? This, sorry, what we just started doing, isn't it on Facebook?
Not yet, no.
No, but I mean, once it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. And then.
we have a YouTube channel that we upload all of our
Yeah.
classes and our team.
Okay. So I would re-listen to it and then start with our value. Make sure that we can role play with somebody and really be able to reiterate our value with somebody, like 1,000%. That's where it starts. And then work into step 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, what you're talking about, right? Okay, awesome. I'm so glad that we did that. All right, where are we next? We're talking with Nancy. We're talking. There was something else first. Yes, I'm sorry.
I think Jessica needs to stop.
Okay, let's go. Oh, we're kicked out.
That's kicked out. Or into part so. Close the door behind me. So.
I'm Michelle Rios. I'm one of the ILC members here at the office. And every year, there's a couple of elves in the office that collect gifts for our wonderful staff for what they do for us throughout the year. I know there has been a couple of emails sent out that you should have in your inbox. And I know this year has been a little bit different than maybe the past couple of years. But our elves are really struggling, their pockets are not very full, and our staff always goes way above and beyond, you know, for us. So if you haven't donated to our staff fund, please do so. Call one of your buddies from here, from the office, and ask them if they haven't donated to the staff fund, to please do so. You know, we really want to honor them and keep them motivated for next year. So if you, I'm gonna write here, you can Venmo or sell, David, Allison, or me. Don't sell me, just Venmo me, because Luis' head will explode if sell comes in. So I keep it on Venmo, that's my stealth account.
That's your,
Yes.
So who's staff, Michelle?
So staff is, Dina, Carrie, Jessica, Vanessa, Linda Bess, Kim, Enrique, Ruth, Tyler,
Susie.
Susie, thank you. It's a long list. What about Melba?
Ella's on there.
Melba gets a recognition, but she doesn't really get, any of her funds, the elf funds. So it's truly the staff that are here with us every week, all the time, pretty much 24/7. So please, you can Venmo me, and this is my number. Where we have David's or Allison's, just look in your email. There was an email sent about a week ago. There was an email sent yesterday. It says Chattahoochee North Health. So please
No, 928 or 428?
428. Sorry.
You just need the last 4 digits, by the way, or one more, you don't need.
No? Oh, yeah, okay.
So thank you guys. Thank you for your time. Lucky.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's 103. All right.
Such a great discussion with Jessica. So good.
Such a great discussion.
Oh, can I move this? Yeah. All right, have a seat, y'all. Thank you. Can you sit up here? I did kind of, I said up here today. I did good. Usually I don't. Yeah. All right, so, about yourself, how long have you been in real estate? Are you asking me?
38 years. Was started when I was 17.
Yes.
But I have been in business 38 years. And, it's been wonderful. It's been a long ride and a fun ride.
Wow, how about you, Marty?
It's my 9th year.
Wow.
Yeah,
And tell us how you guys joined together.
I can tell you that. I had a team. I had a team for years. And so there was a point where I knew I needed to develop some type of exit strategy because I thought someday I might retire. That could happen. Lori had joined the team and she was just outstanding and she had the same values, which I think is just huge. Her customer service skills matched with my customer service as far as skills, as far as what was really important for us as a team. And so, realizing that, I thought I was just very lucky to have found Mari at the right time when it seemed like that was the time to change the team structure a little bit. And it's been so we're now we've been business partners for 3.5, almost 3 years. And it's really, it's worked out even better. Of course, this is a good person, so that helped. That helped. I don't know about that.
So tell us a little bit about your first year in real estate. We'll ask you, Nancy, what did your first year in real estate look like?
It's so funny to me because it is nothing like you can visualize because people, unless you've been in the business a long time, you have no idea what real estate looks like. But my first year, first of all, remember there were no computers. There were no cell phones, no machines, no anything. I mean, it was really, we had these great, big, gigantic books. And they were black and white, and you would open one up and you would go to it and they were divided by areas. So when you had a person who wanted to look like a person who was relocating, it meant that you picked them up in the morning and you took them home at night and you used that book only. And then you had another map book that you used to map out your route that you would be going. And you had lock boxes that you would put in a little code. I mean, it was just, I can't even remember how we got in those first lock boxes. It was really, it's so absolutely so different. When an offer came in, you got the offer, you met an agent, and you got the offer from that agent. That's where you're gonna get it. And you met them, and then you would go over the offer, and then either they would come with you to your seller's home, or they would just give you the offer and you would take it and you presented that offer. There was no emailing the offer and saying, well, what do you think? No, this was it was a ritual. I mean, you went in, you sat down, you had everybody sat down at the dining room table and took the offer out. And if the other agent was with you, they presented the offer and told you about their client, all the good. And it was really, things about that I really liked. I mean, it was really a great way to get to know the people you were dealing with. And if you had multiple offers, you could have 2 or 3 agents waiting to come in to present their offer. Imagine a market like we've had the last couple of years, we'd have had 10 or 20 agents. But they would come in and there were all kinds of ways to make sure your offer was the one that was accepted. And so it was a different world that first year. So for me, getting into real estate, and it was a different time for me too, because it was a very hard time for us and we didn't have a car. So we have one car that my husband used for business. And so he would drop me off at work at the office in the morning and I'd go in and I would do phone duty. Phone duty is where you just sat there and hoped and prayed that somebody would call you. And if they did, then your job was to convert them to a buyer. And that's how I got my first leads. That was one way I got my first leads.
So how much business did you do the first year in real estate with that plan, with all that going on?
You know, I really honestly can't remember. I made the $1 Million Club, so that would have been, I don't know, it was maybe 12, no more than, I don't know. That was 38 years ago. So,
So $1 Million Club means $1 million above, right?
yeah.
Okay, so your average price point might have been
About 56, I know, what would it be?
100 maybe?
Probably.
Maybe 50?
I'd say about 35. Yeah.
Really?
35.
Oh, so you, wow.
She killed it.
And it was,
So you really did well in spite of all of those challenges at that time and no car.
well, I did have a bike. And because I would ride, I worked at this is crazy. I used the swim and tennis, the payphone at the swim and tennis, and I used that to work from. And so, you know, we didn't pay, we were just starting, really top agents were getting beepers. So I got a beeper and at the end of my first year, and I thought I was so good. Yeah, I would run around with this beeper on my hip and boy, that beeper would go off and I would jump to find the phone as fast as I could.
Wow.
But anyway, for the summer, I would go to the swim and tennis, and that's really is what I did. I would sit by the by the payphone, and I would call people, and while I watched my boys swim or do whatever they were doing, but play around. And it was really, though, it was so incredibly fun because I discovered a love, a passion for something that I had been a teacher before. And then I had done sales, display advertising sales, but in Chicago, we live in Chicago, but to really discover your true passion, something that you loved. I mean, the most rewarding day would be going to that closing, and it was, in fact, a ritual then too. You had your heels on, you had your suit on, you didn't dare not dress for those closings, and we still do. I mean, it still should be a ritual because you've achieved a lot and your buyer has come a long way, or your seller has come along. It should be celebrated.
That is so great. Lori, what was your production your first year when you joined?
I started in July. I think July 5th was my first day. And so, you know, you have your class with Melba and doing all that. And between then and December, I had one transaction. And then I started out at the next, what would be my full year. And, I got hysterical at one point, thought I'd made a huge mistake, and I was bawling, crying to my mother and saying, I've done the wrong thing, I'm not making it, but what am I gonna do? Leave using all this, you know, you do. And some of y'all may or may not have had that feeling before. And, then I got a deal, and then I got another deal, and I can't remember how many transactions I did, but I think I was $100 shy of 100 GCI. And, so in my first full year, I was like, whoa, because I came from a teacher background also, so I thought I was just a millionaire after that. And, I was, you know, thrilled for that.
That's amazing.
So, but I did have a moment of despair when I thought, you know, I think I even talked to Nancy and said, I'm not gonna do it. She just kept telling me, yes, you are.
I don't care how long you've been in the business, I don't care if it's a day or 10 years. I think we all have moments of despair.
Oh, my God.
At some point,
Yeah, we
right?
had one about 8 weeks ago.
There's always a meltdown, and there's always a day of mourning when you don't get a list.
That's right, that's right.
I have to do that. I have to absolutely grieve. She grieves it. I
Mhm.
did.
That's right. So what was your production as a team this year?
We certainly.
We're working on it,
We had
I asked Becky, but it was, yesterday, but, we don't.
Okay.
Well,
we're
somewhere between 20 and 20.
Be something that we might do.
Okay, so what is your goal for 2024?
Oh, I have it. I do have that.
Okay,
Our goal is 36 million
okay,
and 40 listings, 55 total sales.
okay, awesome, awesome. And you've done a business plan for that?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes. Okay, okay, awesome. So where does most of your business come from? And I know we've talked about this before, but where does most of your business come from?
Or repeat.
yeah, a lot of it's repeat and a lot of it is, fortunately, word of mouth. I mean, it's people that have, when you've been in the business that long, then you hope that people know you
Yeah. And repeat clients on these.
Yeah, and yours.
Yeah, so give us 3 examples, and I know you brought some, and I don't know, did we get them in slides at all?
No.
No, okay, that's, okay, so what are some examples of some of your marketing materials? Some of your, marketing materials that you have used for, some of your sphere or otherwise?
Well, Lauren's getting that, we've done over that 38-year period, there have been a lot of things that we've tried. And a lot of things that have worked and a lot of things that haven't worked, but, it's one thing that I learned early on, and that's probably another question, but I didn't really know a lot about, and my degree was not in marketing, it was in education, but it just was instinctively, I did know that you had to have everything working together in your marketing program. So if you used the caricature, then the caricature had to be consistent. And if your name was in certain types of, fonts, you kept that. If you used a logo like we make moving with under detail, if you're gonna use it, you consistently use it. And it's, so what you'll see is that we've carried those things out, and then we did actually work with the marketing company.
So brand recognition.
Yeah.
And we worked
We
huge.
worked really hard on that. And, we started working with the Edge. Nancy had already just branded that big blonde caricature forever. And
Is it this one?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
And then we worked with the Edge agency just to develop it a little bit more. We added another color in on it, which we didn't have before. We both liked the blue and that kind of stuff. And then here's just a little example. We do a shredding event each year. And so here is, and we do it around Earth Day. So you can see there's the caricature with a shredding machine, and she's got a flower in her hair for Earth Day. And this is something that this past year, we've sent cards out to the Peachtree Corner area. And, you know, on one side, we're doing the shredding, and then on the other side, you know, we talk a little, you know, we do a little blurb about the market. And then we give stats for Peachtree Corners of what's sold, you know, just so that they have that value. And for example, this was in March and there were 31 homes sold. Average price point was $608. Homes listed was 11, homes under contract was 6. So that's just an example of one. And then, we did popsicles and flags where we gave out flags and popsicles, and it was kind of a bust. You know, sometimes your stuff works great and then sometimes it's kind of a flop. And this actually was a big flop, but it's okay. If anybody needs any popsicles, just get us a call. We have red, white, and blue popsicles.
Yeah.
We should have stood out before them and done it. That's probably what we should have done.
I love that you change up your caricature depending on,
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
Can y'all see that?
Uh-huh.
She has on that, at one, she's got the flag and the star. We did her once with a cowboy hat on. We had shirts made for Peachtree Corners Plus Festival. Here's one we did at Mother's Day, and this just had a bunch of places in Peachtree Corners to go for brunch. And then we had something about your mama, you know, that kind of stuff. So those are just a couple of notes, things of that. Brian Briggs with Diane Endeavors is who we use for most all of our stuff. He's fantastic. And he can do the littlest thing for you or the most ginormous thing for you. Here's another example of our branding. We have this little book, and when we go on a listing appointment, we take that. I mean, it's not anything expensive, you know, we just do it with this, but we do, you know, we've got a little about us, a little about our team. We've got some testimonials in the back. We have, you know, all the terminology that we use as realtors. We have like a top listing terms so that they can read those, and I think that helps people.
That's awesome.
Let's see, when I had this is something we give out in a listing appointment. We have these little books made and they're just empty, but it's, you know, for them to keep little notes on. It's kind of fun.
That's, what I love about all of that is that when they see that picture of that person, they're gonna know you. And that's the great key of branding, is that when they see that, no matter if a sign or a flyer, they're gonna recognize your name. And so whenever branding is done well, is that they're not even gonna think of what company you're with or anything else, they're just gonna think of your name. And that's when you know you've done it well.
Yeah, we did a buyer's seminar and a seller's seminar or listing seminar last year. And, you know, we gave them a notebook. And it was the time to really, like, we had a purchase and sale agreement in here, like Andy was talking about, we went through that. You know, we just had a bunch of information. We gave them what seller disclosures looked like. We had a PowerPoint presentation. We did it on a Saturday morning. Is that when we did it? Did we do that every morning? Tuesday night, something like that. And, we have a decent amount of people here. We may try it again this year just to see if it can get built up a little bit. But that was a lot of work, but it was fun. And I think that people who came really, once you've done one though,
Yeah.
enjoyed it, you know.
That's awesome.
You know, we got koozies that we made. This was one thing we got at family reunion. And this is like, it's really cute because they shaped it like a house and it's a bottle opener. And it also has a thing where you can open boxes with it and it's got a magnet. So it sits on your refrigerator. This was Magnets USA. And we gave these out one year to people who came to the shredding event, you know, and, you know, this stays, you know, this is, you know, they just keep it, like I would keep a bottle opener. On the refrigerator, and that's, you know, that's something that, so those are just a couple of examples.
Would they be able to come see this stuff afterwards? Can they come look at it? Okay, great. So if anybody has questions about this and they wanna look at your stuff,
Just about anything that you could give away.
You're gonna away.
Yeah, and
So here's the beach ball.
but we also have our, the other thing that we did for our branding too was, well, years ago, I had a bug. That was, the Nancy Martin bug, and it was, we did things with that, like how many soccer coaches fit in on the bug, and I would do that at events when they would have soccer tournaments, things like that.
Yeah. She did some genius
Really
stuff.
cute ideas, really cute ideas. So it sounds like I know what you're doing well, is your branding, your marketing, you're doing that really well. So what are some of your challenges this year and in your business?
Challenges, this year, I think it's just been people's hesitancy, because of the rates going up. Like the first half of the year, we were very fortunate and we had great 6 months. And then things dropped off, not completely. I mean, we've always had something going, but not like we were having going. And people, because of interest rates, just really,
That and the fears of the unknown. With
yeah,
the wars, going
Yeah.
on, and that's always scary, and the election, anytime there's an election, it shakes things up, no matter what political influence you have, it's still going to shake things up, because for me, it seems like every single time there's an election, it causes people to just step back, and there's insecurity. They find out, okay, it's gonna be all right, we'll still all be breathing after the election.
and we, honestly, one of the things we had challenges with were sellers that were wanting to list their homes too high, where in 22, we would have, say we had a price of 500 and they went, we really want to list at 525. We'd kind of look at each other and go, okay, and we'd sell it for 535. So we didn't question a lot then. People really felt strongly about it, but this year we went in with one that we wanted to list at 475 and they wanted to list at 540, and it's still on the market. So, some of that has we've had a couple listings, just to be really honest. And, we've talked about, we are not gonna allow an overpricing again, right now, and not in this market. And it's a real, for me, Nancy's been there, but it's been a more of a learning curve for me to kind of really get that through my thick skull about overpricing.
I think everybody can relate to that conversation.
Yeah, I'm not the only one.
Yeah,
who's
it's really,
overpriced.
what happens, I think, when you're dealing with people that saw their neighbor for so much higher, and then, yeah, it's makes it, they can't understand why it changed suddenly, and their home would be different. In fact, they'll tell you their home is the best home in the neighborhood.
Right.
It will, and then, our challenge is really having our clients hear what we're telling them about the market. And sometimes people will listen, but they're not really hearing what we're saying, and then they'll go, we'll be asking for a price decrease, we'll give them facts, we'll give them figures, we'll give them the reasoning, we'll give them the market stats, and then they'll go, well, we're not quite ready for that. We're just like, what?
And,
So that's been a challenge.
yeah, and some things have not changed. I mean, over the years, that is a consistent thing. Sellers and just have a very hard time understanding when you're educating them about the market, they still don't think it applies to
Their house.
Yeah. What do you think are 3 things that agents, whether they're new or established, should implement in their business right now based on your past experiences?
I think that an agent, a newer agent, if they focus on at least being seen, and by that I mean community involvement, going to anything or everything, because the more visibility, the more people start to think of you in terms of you're a realtor and you're involved in the area. And it goes a long way when you don't have a lot of money and to do for marketing and that type of thing. To go attend a local, like the Peachtree Corners Business Association or the, anything that you can go to.
A high school football game,
Yeah,
basketball game, you know, just. And I wish I'd done this when my kids were in school, like I didn't start, I was a late starter. And I was thinking I should have done this when they were in school, I would have. It would have been so much easier.
I think when you think about the visibility, that's just about the easiest thing you can do. Is force yourself to get out and get in front of people.
And it doesn't cost anything.
It doesn't cost anything.
Or maybe for like Peachtree Corners Business Association, you can go once a month for $25 and you get a meal.
Yeah.
And you can mingle with people, it's a couple of hours, but
Very,
you know, and, we've tried to go to some town hall meetings, just things like that. We do a newsletter also, we do a monthly newsletter. And, I think I have some good copy of kind of how it looks, and you can push buttons on it and look at stats. It's interactive a little bit, and then we have kind of a little format, like we always have a Winnie the Pooh quote, we always have a recipe that's kind of in the season.
try to get somebody else if we can to do the recipe, that's not always.
Yeah, it's not always easy, and then the stats and, you know, just kind of a little note from us, that kind of thing.
I love that, I love that. So what about taking your business to the next level? What would you recommend agents here today to take their business to the next level? What would be your one piece of advice?
Answer to the.
That's a good one. Oh my gosh, that's a good one.
Yeah, follow up with those people that you've talked with and you didn't get anywhere with, but were interested, or they were thinking about selling last year, I would just say, pick up the phone and follow up with them. And that doesn't cost anything, except for your cell phone bill, you know, that's really all. When my first year in business, two things, first year and a half, first 3 years, what I did. I couldn't afford to do a whole bunch of, like, Nancy had her marketing, and then I could do my own marketing because I had come from the Lilburn area. So the Peachtree Corners marketing at that point was not helping me. I lived here 9 years now, and that does help me now. But, I had come from Lilburn, and so I needed to market back to my old neighborhood, and I did two things. I sent out the football schedules, and that wasn't too terribly expensive, and John Dangler did it for me. And then I also did a calendar with a magnet. So those two things, I'm sure were not more than $750. And I did those every year, and so people could they would know that that was coming.
Yeah, I love that.
From
I
here.
love that.
So I just picked two simple things. And, that first year, I would go to team meetings and I would leave in panic because I wasn't doing this, or I wasn't doing that, or what shiny objects you'll look at, and I was like,
Realtors are terrible about.
yeah, and so,
That's true.
you know, I think, you know, we do a lot of stuff now, but just keep it simple for yourself, something that's doable. And, you know, just like we always
It's more
say.
about
follow your
consistency.
people.
It is more about consistency.
Yeah, so me just sending out those football cards, you know.
I love that.
And
So-
what would,
Yeah, go ahead, what question?
I'm just curious, you just focus primarily your marketing and everything on Peachtree Corners, that's your dominant area that you just focus, drill down on, or do you?
That's-
And past clients, and past clients, but Peachtree.
I really started off with a geographical farm back then. That was really pretty much, you didn't know about databases because there was no data. I mean, you didn't know. So we really did work more, start off on just farming, geographical farming, and we did a lot to get visibility. I did flags all over Peachtree Corners. We did giant flags on the, you know, like the posts, so that when you drove into Peachtree Corners, there were flags from the moment you started in, and it caused people to talk. We didn't put our name on it. Our name was never on the big flags that were up on the telephone poles, actually, you know, with the zip tie type thing, that's how they were done. Anyway, we did them every year for 20-something years. So it was.
I think I still have some of your flags.
But as far as postcards, we just send that out Peachtree Corners.
Yeah.
Because that's expensive. It's expensive to spend the,
Yeah.
you know,
Red light,
spend
green
those
light.
each month. And we just started that last year, the postcards each month. And we actually, you know, we got a little shaky in October, so we didn't send them out for a couple months. So we'll start back in January.
Does that help for the?
Pardon me?
For the postcards, help the conversion of the.
Good question.
We don't know.
Don't know yet.
We think so.
What is your conversion with it? You don't know what
It's a good combination, I think, because we
It's a lot.
had established a name and then we send out the postcards and that's a reminder and I think that helped our visibility as far as. So I think there was a time period where people weren't sure if I'd retired or not. And so it was really great to start getting, during the down market, people started cutting back on their advertising and all of that. And you had to cut back some, but actually my best year was during the down market.
Great point. Sometimes people pull back so much during the down market that you can capitalize on it. So, you know, don't pull back all the way.
Don't pull back all the way.
But the postcards, like Barry said, really to be able to say this is, if you aren't doing more than one thing, if you're just sending out the postcard and expect that to be for you to get a return on that, then I don't think I think you're wrong. I think you need some other things to build on besides the postcard. I mean, like, we have the moving truck. The moving truck is out, it's a moving billboard. So you got that, and then you're sending out postcards in the same community, and then we're doing the Peachtree Corners Festival, and we're there. We're actually present there, handing out things and saying hello to past customers. So it all gels together as one.
Yeah, so it's hard to know our conversion rate on one thing.
Yeah, it's not like we would send
So
out
we usually-
postcards and get 3 leads from it.
Yeah, we don't. And, you know, I wish we could be more technical with it.
Well, we couldn't really.
Well, this is great. Any other questions for Nancy and Lori?
Has there ever been a time where you have not taken a listing because the seller's expectations were not in line with what the market was?
Great question.
Yeah, no. But what I have done is I have fired a seller before because I've reached a point where it's one thing to take a listing who maybe is not willing to be realistic about where their values are, but to have that person continue to not hear you and to know that you're doing yourself a tremendous disservice with that sign in front of their home. Yeah, we might should have fired one or two last year, but yes, I've fired sellers before because they did not, but I have not. And you know, a lot of times you get your sign in the yard and you don't, I mean, it would be actually a violation of the code of ethics to tell a seller a price so that you get a listing, but you, at the same time, being able to go in and get that listing gives you the opportunity to educate that seller. So as long as you continue to educate them and set a timeline as far as
When you're gonna reduce. Those were a couple of things this year on the 2 we took that we felt like were over, we said, okay, if this doesn't sell in 2 weeks, or if this doesn't sell in 3 weeks, depending on how the market was, we're gonna do a price decrease. And I know we've talked about that a lot.
Yeah.
Do you ever put that in a contract?
We're going to begin in
Okay.
2024. Put it in contracts, in the last part,
Yeah.
I think,
Great.
yeah, price reduction number 1, price reduction yeah.
Yeah.
because people have short memories.
They do have a short memory. That's
I remember we were sitting at the kitchen table and.
This is awesome. Any other questions for them?
Thanks, Sean.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Okay, so as we wrap up, tomorrow, we have a couple really, really great classes. Quantum Leap, has anybody taken Quantum Leap? And Aubrey is teaching that. So you guys, he's probably one of the best script masters I've ever heard. He can like quote anybody. And so he is amazing at Quantum Leap. And, our own Leslie is coming to teach 411. I mean, you guys, let's take advantage of these amazing instructors that are right here in-house. So if you guys haven't signed up for these, and that is going to be 3 hours of CE credits.
No.
So that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I always sign up for that too.
Yeah.
And then
And then another business plan.
I like to ask about time management and 411. I love to talk about it. I bet Leslie you talk about it a little bit better.
PWR, of course, approved,
Yes.
instructor. Yeah,
So please come to that on the 13th. That's huge for us, starting, your business plan for next year. Also, business planning clinic.
Yeah.
Again, like I taught one, but let's be real. If I can speak with Andy and Leslie, I would ditch me in a heartbeat. So that was over at North Atlanta on the 14th. So that's an all day, 9 AM to 3 PM, business planning session. And there's a couple of other classes I wanted to bring up. I'm gonna pass this around. There is a lot of CE, free CE available this month. So go through here and sign up. One big one that I wanted to mention is coming this Thursday, and I asked Jessica to put this on the calendar because a lot of people ask, how do I pull addresses for farming? How do I work within Remind for farming? So we have the instructor coming from FMLS and Remind. So please fill the room for that. I think this is a huge opportunity. And that again is CE credit.
What is that?
So
Thursday?
that's Thursday from 1 to 4. It's on the 7th.
This Thursday.
This Thursday. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring that. Mark your calendar.
No,
Well, it's on the calendar and we do.
We have so much on the calendar that sometimes it can be like.
It's from 1 to 4. 1 to 4 on this Thursday.
Okay.
Let me just go ahead.
We're also going to be sending out a questionnaire on how we would like, I think you said this a couple weeks ago, how would we like to be communicated about classes? Because I think sometimes we get all of these bits of information so much that we tend to dismiss it. Is that a fact? So,
Well,
no,
how it's communicated.
how it's communicated. You know, all these classes.
Communicate in a lot of ways. I don't know how else you could communicate.
Well, and that's what we want to, yeah,
That's awesome.
thank you for saying that.
Yeah, if I see something I like, I stick it on my calendar.
Okay, I think sometimes
Just say like,
if you see the same thing so many times, start.
Yeah, yeah. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, like, I use the categorization function in the Gmail. And if you put it, I know that you can change which email address that you use it from. So if you do like KW chat more CE at whatever, or at kw.com, then you can add that filter that'll put it in a separate box in your.
Could you teach a class?
You just show us right now.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I don't think I can do that. Class. I don't dare for all my.
This is going around right now, and flip through here, this is FMLS Remind, 3 hours CE. On Friday, we have McMichael and Gray doing, List That House, that's another 3 hours CE. We've, like I said, Leslie's got time management with 411, more CE. And then, we've got the 2024 car forms coming after that, more CE. So, one other reminder, next, team meeting, we have the ugly sweater contest, so y'all get ready. And also, I'm doing another 36 touch class. Last time I did the 36 touch class, I thought it was amazing. I brought so many examples on what kind of calls to make, what kind of mailers to send out, how to have contests, how to, do the newsletter. So I'm gonna have Sam come with me and teach this class again. And he's gonna go over all the new content that's coming out in Command for 2024 and all the smart plans. So please mark your calendar for, December 18th. That's in advance, write it down, December 18th, in the morning at 10. So, come to that class, it'll be really good. If you wanna know how to market your database at a high level and have that 36 touch, I'd love to see you there.
Tuesday is also Bellstone, who sponsored last week, they're doing their closing gift realtor event at the store, so it'll be out there to meetings.
Oh, nice.
I think it's sending an email too.
Okay.
Put your business card in your video.
Show up to that in your ugly sweater.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, those were my high level classes. Okay, that's all I've got for you today. Okay, that's it, and we'll see you tomorrow night. At 7:30.
Sorry, it was a little fun. I am.
You are.
And then it's
I'm probably just gonna do it myself. They're really bad videos. Yeah, but then I'm like, I gotta wear something to get. I didn't get it. So, yeah. We had one person on Friday. I need to call the mother. Because I sent her it. Read it. No, I'm in. So, I talked mad about it, I could already saw that, and then I started it. I did that, and then I did get a call, yeah, I think it's, that was about additional. She like. Yes, they colleagues. So it just seems like.
That's what I should have. I would.
They could be catched. And it's the time of year. It's the time of year. Yeah. Well, it's not even. I didn't realize. It's our own. Yeah. No. No, I don't. So I didn't even. Anybody that wants to see anything. Not 20. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a really bright. Yeah. It's a piece of green. But it's not. Yeah. It might be a mix. I mean, I remember last year, it's such a mix. I didn't do anything themed like that, but it's a mix. You really got to see. Be more. You don't get a lot. I don't get a lot. Gonna have to be. Stephanie, that we all go to like. You're not going?
Or something.
I have a certain, such a yellow complex. I know. I didn't even read our email.
Next year, I'm doing wrapping paper with my face in it.
Yeah, so the guys on there can tear it out.
But they can send me as a gift to all of their people.
Yeah, socks. With my pets, so you totally do the space. I can picture it now.
Cause then you can like wrap me up and
Yeah,
take me everywhere.
I like the graphic too, but it's disposable. Socks are crap.
Socks
are crap.
Yeah, absolutely. Socks are forever. Socks are forever. You're absolutely right.
Are you gonna be Lucy today?
Try.
Sorry, I was just. I realized. No, it's a little distracting. It's nice. It's nice. I mean, I love you to take care of it.
No. I know this.
Oh, good.
Sorry, it was not the price. When we had live Lori. And I don't know what it is. When I they give an example. Sometimes I don't feel like they do. That it actually happened. I'm like.
Really? Yeah, so I'm so sorry. I was just so focused on that couple and what. I was just, I called her. I talked to Dina after we got off the call. I was sitting here and I'd been looking through some. I was sitting there listening on Zillow, which is really bad, by the way. And. No, go ahead, Jay. So.
I'm ready to get ready to volunteers. We can like into the office. And they're probably. Yeah. They love it.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing.
I know, I always hurry.
Fine, she just stepped out for a second. She'll be right back.
You don't know what.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see that.
See, she's right here.
Oh, yeah.
She's right here. People looking for
So, for instance, you don't do the business for someone else, do you?
Yeah.
Vision or something, right? I wouldn't have all those designers, right? And I've been, we are, with Beth and with other people. Now I own it. I ran that we're all good.
So that's.
Never ending. I know Rich said. No, and this has been a regular, but I want, okay, for sale by owner because I actually know. And so it would be, but I don't. That's a good point. I did mention that, but what I did do is so, he called me yesterday morning out of the blue and then.
It's like,
And she had a really good point. She asked me about like what my relationship is with the wife. I know the husband better, but I know more about what's going on. I know more about what's going on with them personally because of the wife, because she's posted things on social media. So Dina's like, so, and it was a good point, I'm glad I did it, I went ahead and called the wife. Basically just to let her know. I'm there for her too, not just there for him.
She wasn't even coming to lunch, she was just driving by, so it doesn't matter here. That's okay. I'll call back up.
That's where you want now, right?
We're gonna. About doing that, what's that called? Or even if it's here or whatever. So I got it. It's not finished. Right, and that's where I think we're getting, because there's a house that I know very well, that people bought it and they fixed it up, and it just went on the market with all that. We're 3-3 in that process. You gotta do some work. And I'm thinking that's. It's about 3 weeks. So yesterday, I was seminar and he said, I think I've got. When I heard about the other house for that. That's gonna all help, because all these bigger companies are contract. To help them. So I want you to fix that, you're gonna have to drop that. Right.
Yeah, because people now are like, 7-1, if I'm gonna pay 1.5, pay 1.5.
Right, and everybody needs. Or that way, and I'm saying something, I'm saying. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of stuff.
Like me.
Yeah, I did not. I didn't have that part of it.
Please, your brain's not ready.
So, how much do I look like this? Yeah, look nothing like this, right? Okay, so we see, she may still be joining us, had a
Guy that gets on.
last minute, interaction, she thought it was at a different time. At a school meeting, at her son's school, she thought it was at 9, but it turns out it was at 10, so I said, well, put it over here, and then we go from there. So I guess we'll start class now. Now, let me ask you this, so if you guys have done it, then I'm not even gonna bother with videos, right? Have you, this is the part where we start the class?
I'm just gonna say start to plan. I'll talk to you afterwards.
Created the Keller Williams website back in September.
To do what?
To the new website.
No, I did not.
Yeah, have you guys done that? Well, your team may have done that.
I don't have a Keller Williams website, I have my own, because I have a different
No, I know you do,
website.
I know you do, but if. I think you may wanna play with it, and it's just to have as an additional resource, you wouldn't mind an extra lead every now and again, because you have something out there, right? So anyways, well,
Is that what we're doing in class? Do I need my computer?
yes.
Okay.
You might need your computer. So one of the things, we had a class plan, because Tony made a request. And one of the things, and I don't know, I don't remember this video, we'll talk about that exactly. But it will be a good segue either way. Why? Because your websites have been updated and upgraded, and most of us haven't done that, right? But what Tony wanted to do was to add how do you get your value? What do we wanna call it, tool?
The evaluation, yeah.
Yeah.
The home.
So they can register and say, yes, I wanna get my value, and here it goes. So that's what we're gonna talk about with Lucy. She may still get here in time to do that. And let me go ahead and give you, this is something that happened in September of this year. And I don't think I've heard anyone talk about it. Maybe I missed a team meeting here and there, but let's see. That's good. You have your laptops? Okay.
Please just turn it.
You guys see it?
Well, what do I need?
Not looking at my analytics.
So get into command.
Can't take that in there, so.
Okay. Are you guys
Yeah,
in
just go
command?
ahead, cause shut up, I don't get my phone and I don't know my password. It's not a bad.
If you have your laptop, are you in command?
But I know
Yes.
it's Sam.
No, I'm not talking about people that have a laptop, right? Are you in command? Are you on the website?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm in the website section.
Go to command in the bottom left consumer.
Of course.
Gotcha.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Lucy has to make money on the side somehow.
Right smack dab in the middle of it.
Hate when they do that.
It's crazy.
Oh, mine didn't look like that, so.
Right, right.
Hold down.
Now you're not. No, you usually.
Well, I didn't even have a profile, so I'm in the process of being that.
Yeah.
So,
You there, Rachel?
There, just. You know, dying.
Who hadn't seen that update?
I have.
Okay. That's a good thing, we should.
Yeah.
See, this is. If I ever forget to mention things like that, let me know.
Well, we.
Because I assume that I follow, that you guys follow everything I follow.
Maybe
So I'm
you should
like,
just ask her every class, is there any update?
right?
Yeah.
So when I was looking for a video on how to kind of talk about what you were gonna talk about,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second, you know, did they see this? And that's when I said, I had to take a look at it, right? So anyways, I'll post it even on the group chat. That way you guys can watch it at home and do whatever you need to do at home.
Yeah.
Right? So is this a good segue for you?
Yeah, this is a perfect segue.
Good.
Thank you for your grace, everyone. I'm so sorry I'm late.
Out there, time.
Okay, so Tony asked me to do this class. This is about Tony's. But he wants to add like a home value page, but this can be for whatever page you kind of want to add. I will tell you up front, it's a bit of a process, so we may break it down into 2 classes if you're okay with that.
That's okay.
And just start the first part of the day, because even my husband was like, you're gonna have people do that all by themselves. And I'm like, no, I'm there, I'm gonna help. But he's like, maybe 2 classes. So yes, we're gonna do that.
I'm
So,
gonna follow it next week with you guys.
yeah,
Oh, we did it the first time in one class.
we did, but this is different, Tony.
Oh, my bad.
You have to already have the new Facebook site
Yes,
running to do what you're getting ready to do.
yes, but not the third part. The third part that we're gonna do, you do not.
Okay.
So you're good. So the first thing I want you to do is open up either like a Microsoft Word page, a Google Doc page, somewhere where you can make a couple of notes, because we're gonna have to do. So I'm gonna go to, I'm gonna go to Google Docs, just because it saves everything, okay? And the next thing I want you to do is to click on your website, your new website, if you're there. And then, go into that dashboard. Then I'm gonna go to my website. Okay. So you see where it says about me, search properties, law, more, all of those. Go ahead.
Ask you a question.
Sure.
I have some stuff like designed, say, in the old one. Will I lose those if I switch over?
You will. Any landing pages you will. I will tell you this, in about a few weeks, you're gonna be forced to have a new one.
So if I do the new one, I can save this stuff somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then do the new one and then pull the stuff I want in. Okay.
Yeah, so I would go ahead and copy and paste whatever URLs you want to take. Great question.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay, so what we want to do is take these highlighted parts. And for now, we're just gonna kind of highlight them. Or actually, we're gonna click on them, and what we want to do is get that URL, copy it, and paste it into our Google Doc. Okay, so this is, oh gosh.
Go to the actual website
I'm there.
and then go to the about and copy the URL for it.
Okay, here,
About me.
so we're gonna put about me, just like that, and now we're gonna paste that URL here. Okay? And we're gonna do that with each of the sections. Now we can go back and click search properties. We put that URL. You go to our doc. Do. Where essentially what we're doing is we're setting up the whole thing over again. So we have to have each of the URLs where it connects, plus whatever we're going to add. Okay? So search properties, and then we're gonna do control V. Alright, then we'll go to.
Yes, what if we haven't published the various pages that the mayor has been working on? They still, yeah, they will still exist until you lose the old website, all the URLs. The URLs. Yes, even if we didn't publish them or anything else, just make sure we're copying and pasting all the URLs for anything to do with the old websites.
Yes.
Before we upgrade to the new website.
And you're not gonna be able to publish them later, so I would publish them first, so you have it, and then copy that URL and save it somewhere. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do blog next. Copy that. And then under more, we need to do more and then leave a review and then copy the leave a review. URL. Okay. So we're gonna set it up exactly how we want it. Or maybe I'll do like the one you review and have space, so I know. So that's gonna be there. And then here under more is where we can do all of the other websites that you want to add. So Tony specifically wanted a home value. So we're gonna do, and call it whatever you'd like to call it. What's my homework? Free, what's my family? Free.
Cloud CMA.
Free market analysis. Whatever you want to put on there, that's how. And then
Equity analysis, whatever you guys want to call it.
whatever you want to call it. Okay. So for your free market analysis, here's what we have to do. We're gonna go to, is everyone caught up?
Here, I have that.
We'll go to FMLS. And I don't have one, so I always borrow. Donna's, she knows. Okay. Actually, last time I borrowed yours for this far. Right, and so once we're in here, we wanna go to products and go to cloud CMA, okay? Once we're here, we're gonna click on our picture, or sometimes if you don't have a picture, you just, the little circle up, right? And we're gonna go to lead generation. From lead generation. We are gonna have this landing page. What I want us to do is click on view landing page. And then we're gonna copy this part. This is the URL we need. And we'll paste that right under whatever, free market analysis. Okay, what's another page that you would like to have? Maybe a mortgage calculator? Yeah. Will that sound like a good idea? All right, so let me log out here, sorry. Okay, I know that. I know that Onward has one. So we're just gonna go to Onward Mortgage. And see where there's. And I always go to this one, I think this is one. I promise you I'm going slow. Okay, yes, this is the one I want. So what I can do is copy this. My untitled. or whatever you want us to do. Okay. Anything else we need to add? It's already a leader review, we've got the pre-market analysis and the mortgage calculator.
It's 11:37, that's all we need.
All right, so I'm just gonna title this, so I have it, but it automatically saves everything, so I'm just gonna call this new website layout. What happened?
Hey Lucy?
Yes.
One thing FYI, when you're copying and pasting some things, going into these different links, Cloud CMA, et cetera, double check and make sure your email address for those things are the same as whatever else you've got. Because in FMLS, we can have one email address. And then in Cloud CMA, we have another email address.
Yes.
And we can have another email address. Yeah, check all those things.
Your FMLS has your matrix profile, and then you have a CMA profile, so she's great. Double check that all of that is correct. Thank you for that, Sid. You're welcome. Awesome. Okay, so we saved this, we're good. It's 11:38, so we're moving on. All right. So now what we want to do is go back into our dashboard here. Okay. And we are going to hit what's called the hamburger up here up top. And instead of going to dashboard, we want to go to admin and go to organization site. Okay. Now what we want to do is go scroll down to navigation provider, and this is why I told you two parts, this is a lot. But we're gonna trudge on, all right? At least for now, we'll create some. All right, and we're gonna go to custom org site navigation provider. Rachel's face.
Oh, you lost me a long time ago, it's fine.
Oh, Rachel's face. I regain it.
We'll have an appointment.
Yeah, that's what I'm not looking at, she already knew I was responsible for it. And I was like, you know.
Well, because if I looked up to do something, you're already on to the next part, and then I'm like, wait, what?
Stop, please. Sometimes I go way too fast, so please tell me to stop. How are we? Are we okay?
We got Nancy Myers in here, so we gotta go down.
All right. So
You're my favorite Nancy Myers. My favorite Nancy Myers.
all right, so we're gonna give this
Not her.
name. Okay, here, okay, so under navigation required, we are gonna click agent default navigation. Okay. And now. Agent default navigation. Oh, create. Now, we are gonna call this, and it's just for us. CMA, Lucy's. CMA website. Okay, so we're good. Now we're gonna click this items and we're gonna click add. And we're gonna do, now we don't want social, we want a simple navigation item. Okay. So this is
Wait.
where we go back,
Social navigation.
not social, simple,
Some,
yes,
some.
yes, social looks different. This is where we're gonna refer back to our doc. And we're gonna start with about me. And we're gonna start with this link.
We just called it a CMA.
Well, yeah, but it's just the title for us. So we know that there's a CMA on this particular layout.
Okay.
All right, so we copied that link, so we're gonna go back up to organization site.
And we are going to put external link. Okay, there we go. And here. All right. I think it's not you, it's the map. It doesn't want to work. Okay, instead, okay, so here on navigation link. It's not there. Go down a little. Here we go. Under link, we click external. Okay, all right. So here, we are going to paste that URL. And we are going to. This is gonna be about me, so we need to put about me in the call to action button text. All right. Okay, that's one. We gotta keep going. So let's click add again. We're gonna do simple navigation item. We're gonna do external. Call to action for the next one is search properties or property search, whatever you want to put there. And we'll copy and we'll paste our URL. How we feeling so far?
We're gonna have an appointment, it's fine.
There we go, search properties, URL, and now we're gonna add another one. Simple. And we're gonna go now, change the external. So this is now blog. Let me go ahead and copy the blog. This is where you can get crazy with your titles if you want, not for a couple of. I would keep it shorter though. Okay. And it's saving all of the stuff that we do, so it's kind of like Google. So whatever we do is saving, so yeah.
So the blue means that the work in progress has been saved, the yellow is,
It's, yeah. I don't know if it's seven.
It was the yellow.
Just the call to action.
Oh, okay.
So it's the button text versus.
Okay.
In the serve. Okay,
Oh, it's.
so we're gonna keep going. Add more, simple navigation. External. Okay, here's where we do more. This one's not gonna have a link because we have to do subset. So this is where it gets tricky. But we still need to name it more.
Okay.
And get tricky.
So call to action button is more.
The call to action button is more. And we will put that.
Oh, so, okay, see, wait, whoa.
Here we
Go to, you just changed over to sub.
Did I?
Yeah, top. Oh, keep going. There you go. It looks like you clicked on sub navigation for me.
No, not yet.
Okay.
That's where we are going though. Okay, it's still fast, it's infuriating, I don't like this thing. Hi, Erin.
Oh, we don't need you today. No, we don't need you. I'll sit by me. Oh, yeah, go, let's begin.
Tony's the welcoming committee.
I'm feeling around.
I don't know what you speaking.
Okay, but I only have main and advanced, I don't have sub navigation.
It's on the board. Oh, if you scroll down to the last.
Or down to.
You,
Can you be just after this?
you so hard.
So we're gonna put on sub navigation. And now we're gonna do the same thing we did, we're just gonna add the reminder stuff.
what I wish.
Okay. We're gonna do
Now there's 4 choices.
a navigation link. Okay, that's what we want to choose.
It'll be fine.
All right, and so the first one is your free market analysis, no, it's legal review is the first one.
Yeah.
Review. And then, oh, whoops, no, I put it in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Getting myself. Okay, over here is where we change this to external. There we go, so under call to action is legal review. Then we'll add that URL for legal review.
I'll show you what the last day.
And we'll add another one under the sub navigation. So the one that's on further in, and we'll do navigation link again.
Oh, because these are all under more.
Yes. Tony, you're doing it right. I love it.
Tony, on the next loan, Aaron is charging you more origination.
You know what, Aaron, I deserve that.
Free market analysis, and then we're gonna go back and get that URL that we got. And we're almost done, guys. And then we're gonna add our onward mortgage calculator.
See?
Yeah.
right on time.
So question,
Exactly.
Tony, you don't get a license for your website, so.
Always forgiven with a loan.
Got you,
Good.
I got you.
You can say all sorts of things to me.
Before I put in, see if I want a Bitly, do I go Bitly first? Or it doesn't matter because they're not even gonna see it.
They're not gonna see the URL, they're just gonna click on.
I'm
market
over there in
analysis.
this situation, you're so right.
You're over, she's. Ah, all right, we're gonna do a.
Just letting.
Thanks for asking that question.
out.
That is great. Okay, and then we're going to.
She can like.
Margin. And do the
By
last.
the way, this class is about to air, and we're putting onward in there for the mortgage calculator on our website.
Yay. Yeah. That was all.
For those of those, us that can keep up anyway.
Rachel doesn't have it.
It will.
Okay. How we doing? Did we do it? Most of us, 2 of us. 3 of us?
If I may say something, this, the way that you're able to do it now reminds me of the old E-Edge.
Yes.
And I used to
Exactly.
I could do backflips with those, yeah.
Exactly. 20-year-old software.
It just-
But it just, so now we hit publish. If there are any issues, it's gonna tell us, okay?
Can we not see it before we publish it? Isn't there a preview?
You can always go back to the other version. So the other version still exists, we're just adding our own version.
Right, but before we publish, is there not, there's no preview option then? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not saving, we're just publishing it so it can tell us if there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
This is
To
a-
be published means
It's public.
No, this is telling, you it's not gonna publish until everything is fixed.
Yeah, if there's something weird, it's gonna let you know.
So that'll be,
Look like this, but there might be on the next screen.
What's the thing next, what's the box next to the published? Every little,
The calendar?
yeah, is that a calendar? Okay, thank you. I can't tell from here.
Schedule. All right, so we're gonna have publish. Oh, look at that.
I got the
Look at these
same thing.
errors.
Okay.
Oh, just one. Oh, wait.
That's probably when Tony interrupted.
But is it your problem just number 4?
No, it looks like.
So the more, it's asking for a URL is what it's coming up
It is, okay, let's see.
for more. I don't think we took a URL for more on them, but we just went more and went
That's
straight
right,
to
we do need more URL. Ta-da, okay. So, right, let's go back. Here it is, okay, you want to go back and touch more. And then we do need that URL.
But see, more only. Is there one? Because more only just brings you the legal review. See, it's still testimonial, so we have to do the same thing?
So I wonder if that's external or internal?
Could be internal.
Okay.
Let's try it and see. Let's turn it to an internal and see what happens.
I don't care. No, the second one was the thing, right? Well, no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's like. So that's something. Yes, I could have had that one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah, you're right. Navigation, see, if you don't know how many hours, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see if there's one.
The navigation links to text, navigation, that's just for more.
Oh, I got it more.
Oh, I went to
I'm green.
Because 30, there was one more.
Well, congratulations. It's for changing the environment.
I agree.
Yeah.
Keep green too.
Oh, I don't like this anymore. Not anything else, just, and then white. I'm really not doing anything else. That's all.
That's what I tell people.
You read. So let's go back.
That's my,
I think it's from back.
that's my inner Richie.
No, no, okay, so here, yeah, it goes, that's here. Like. It is. Okay, now so that. Now it should be, okay, Tony, there's one more step.
Yeah, I'm green. I'm good. I
But I don't
changed.
know if it's live, we're looking at it.
Still the drill.
Yeah.
Oh, live? I don't know. I just hit publish and it all went green.
Oh, they're there. Okay, click that top one. See if it goes to labor review. Yeah, okay. Yeah. None of this happened when I tried this. Okay, there's one more little step.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm just here.
So go back.
But yeah.
Oh, maybe because it says simple navigation item. That's probably where I have to change them to what we have. So maybe I did it in the wrong area. Okay, I'll look at that. So go back and go click here. Now it should be. Not mine.
Okay, we're, so that's on everybody. From items.
Okay, so here, if I go down here. Here it is, it's under title. And last.
No, wait, what are you trying to do, Lucy?
You still say navigation links. So in tonight, she has the new website, but under more and all of the other subjects, you only can see more.
Oh, because the
They're-
others aren't titled.
Okay.
It's under the title, right there with your text, yeah, about it there, and then.
Okay. So go back in. Edit, right after this title, you have to put it in there. So you'll just put it, thank goodness we have that stuff. Okay, click add that, thank you. And then we go down to the bottom. Okay, that's good. So the title is up here, Tony. Under text, that's where that about me, certain properties, legal review. And then more. And it must be the same for the other ones understand.
Am I overriding? Am I updating? What am I doing?
Yeah, if you were updating, to go down to your pages. So this one, so let's put that as
Wow.
Click that.
Here,
Whatever the first one. Yeah. And then you'll have to do that for more under the sun.
Yesterday.
Great, okay. We did it in one day and it's a minute till 12. Yes.
Hey, you got, oh, Aaron's going, I was about to say, you got 58 seconds, go.
So can we see the live version?
Yes, with your. Yes. Let's get the team about it. She got a really good.
She was telling us.
Okay, here we go. So here's the live version then.
And so.
Under more, we've got legal review. What's my homework? I love it. Look at that, guys. When they go here, they see your picture. So be sure, like Marianne said, fill out your full profile with all of your updated info.
Where's that?
Nah, with the very different live, I'm going
Where
down.
is that going to?
That's when it, FMLS.
FMS? Okay,
So they put in their address, it sends them a
can
PNA.
you go back to the website? I missed it for a second. I didn't see
And
it.
if your information is wrong here, you actually have to contact FMLS instead of the email, have to correct.
So what is my home?
Some things I couldn't fix on my own, I can go and just.
Could that be added as a?
Cloud
as a-
PNA.
Could that be added as a button on your website somehow, or no?
Yes, you could instead, you could put the blog under more, and you could do what's my homework or free market analysis under there, yes. You could, or if you have a limited amount of space, and then you want your name to be kind of in lights too, so you could probably do maybe one or two more.
So click on that again, I just wanna see how it transitions.
Sure. It goes here. Yeah, how about that?
And there's no way to mask the URL.
No.
Is that what Tony, that's what you're.
That's what Tony was talking about.
You trying to shorten it, like Bitly?
No, mask it.
Mask, like you don't want to see it?
Yeah, so it looks like it's gonna,
So it says.
website versus.
What's your homework thing? No.
I gotta play with it.
I can look at it and see.
Yeah, there's gotta be a way.
And here's the monthly mortgage calculator.
Oh, that's how it feels now. I changed it so it looks.
Yeah, so look at that, we love it. And you did one more thing, so let's see what
And
else.
when they go
She
back,
likes to get extra credit.
The
Yeah,
price system here.
Oh,
I
like-
thought that we did that.
from onward this month. Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, beautiful.
I love that.
and that can be, so let's say we have 3 loan officers here, right?
Yes.
So let's say we use Aaron or Hunter or Matt. I can actually go to their website and be on their particular individual website if you.
You can even do their pre-approval, I think, link. Yeah.
Yeah, from our website, so they did there. I'm back. I just make them move.
Tony didn't keep her out.
So is it possible to do something like this, like a co-branding, so that your co-branding comes up? Instead of just.
On your website,
Mhm.
I mean, if you guys wanna co-brand with us, we are all for that.
Right.
Yes, 100%.
And, yeah.
Cause then you can put us on there, like, you know, if we co-branded, it could be my stuff, my apply link, so they're on your
Right.
site and they do it.
Mhm.
I don't know how your site's, like, how do you guys, would you do that? But yeah, I mean, we would be 100% for that.
It's still, I'm still very green with these fish
Yeah.
bites, but I need to learn. Yeah, because we could even do a little button for you.
Yeah. Especially from here, if they're looking at payments, that's a perfect place to be like, ready to get pre-approved.
Something.
Boom.
Let's-
It says contact us for exact pre-approval. Who are they?
Yeah, let's practice.
No, let's get everyone PC to have their websites all done and everything like that.
I would love nothing more.
Because, like, at the top, it just says mortgage instead of like our specific person, you know what I mean? I think, can you go to the house?
And the top might say mortgage. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can make it so that we can.
Yeah, what happens when you do find that? I'm reading that. But it's
Well, that's why it would be helpful.
So, what we could do, yeah, exactly, I can send you, instead of the link that's on top, that's just onward book mortgage, blah, 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 I can send you mine. And then you put that link in there, it's gonna take them to the calculator that's linked to my page.
Oh, I love.
Okay.
I'll send it to you, Lucy.
Question, go to find the mortgage pro right now.
Yep,
Oh, find your.
Find her.
right there.
Click on her. No, no,
Now it's at the top.
it's right there. So sorry.
Okay, click on her. Now copy and paste.
There's
it,
the
see if
link.
It does, see if that's her link.
At the top is the link, that's not gonna be your calculator page,
Right,
so.
her calculator.
No, but.
So the mortgage,
The find the mortgage pro.
No, under it for mortgage calculator, it's under it. Under it.
Oh, I see.
Oh, wait, well, you're saying another, sorry. Okay. So find her.
Yeah.
That Aaron,
so
that you-
the calculator is gonna be its own page.
Correct.
You know what I'm
The
saying?
mortgage pro is gonna be.
But the mortgage pro is gonna be the page before that. So that's, you know, if you just go back a page like Mary Ann said, if you wanna put somewhere where they can click to go directly to me. And maybe that's another button, if you want them to land on the calculator page, the calculator's not gonna be branded.
Right, the thing would be.
Yeah, it might be a mortgage.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, we're using mortgage calculator. And that mortgage calculator says find a mortgage pro. How do we set it up so that it goes to Eric or Hunter or Matt, whoever?
So you'd want another button on your page, like on your mortgage calculator, say like, apply for mortgage, so that you tell your clients, click right there, apply for mortgage.
Right, so if you could create that button that says apply now, then you can connect that link at the top right here. And it'll take them right into this page where they can apply with me. So that's how you could make it, but it would take another button from what I can understand, because the calculator is not LO specific.
Yeah, correct. But either way, we love to have your calculator.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a great one.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll be back again or what's
I don't know about doing the same thing again, but can we like piggyback on top of this? Because I wanna ask, when is the deadline for the websites?
It's supposed to be the end of the year, now
Okay,
sometimes they.
so I think it's crucial, we all get our stuff together,
If you
right?
have any landing pages you want to publish and save, you got it. Because in the next couple of weeks, from what I hear, they're all. You're gonna be forced into your new life.
there's something, no, it's okay, all right.
But I'm gonna be very afraid.
Yeah.
You have a general question?
Yes, general question.
Yes, sir.
the landing page is like, or you just, up top, which is the main landing page. When I like, when I have a listing, I have a landing page. Where it's, my website.
So right now they don't exist. We hear, I was so.
Now I just gotta wait till Keller Williams decides.
In my heart, my head.
Here's what you can do. There's a little workaround. What's the question? So, he used to create landing pages for his business. I'm sorry. Yeah, and that would have a listing and all of the information plus the picture. That's no longer viable, however, they're working on it. So right now they're doing team one sites. And then after that, they're going to add it. But let's say I wanted something in the North Cross High School District. I'm just gonna take one so I can show you.
These little really.
Okay.
Basically,
Let's say-
they're balls. No, so it's basically like, I'm just putting a chocolate on it.
Okay, let's say this is my listing right now.
They basically, it's like, I need one.
Okay. And I am gonna host an open house. I'm just gonna do a little backslash and do open house. And hit enter. It's not exactly a landing page, but it makes kind of a landing page. Where they can kind of see it, see the stats. And you can use this when you're there to have people sign. So this is kind of like that. There are other places where you can make a landing page. Canva does it. You can do it in other places, but
But in order to put it, I'd have to go through the new steps again.
One thing that you could do in the meantime is probably buy a URL that says my weekend open house or whatever it is, right? And then you point that to that particular link.
Yeah, I was just asking the steps necessary to put it on the page. No matter what I do, I still have to go in and go to organize and put the link in, subtitle and everything like that. So that's what I was trying to figure out.
you could use this one too, Tony, just the one where it comes up, where you pop in. It does have a lot of different things on here, including a mortgage calculator. So like they've done it, you could.
I know, but I'm saying, like, when I put in open house, do that, I still have to go in and make a button for it.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But if you want this, the button is already there, you just click on, like, if you have, like, if you go back up to mine, my featured listing has my listing on there, and you just click on that, it comes to your featured listing, is that what you're saying?
Let's try to see.
Oh, so like your, okay, like your featured property is my listing? That's what you were asking.
No.
Right here. Right, that one, right, like that, and you
So
just
click on it.
right? Under contract now? And that's just your listing.
And it's everything that was there
Right,
before.
but it's, I'm saying you can make it a feature on there.
Yeah. I can do that. Okay. Yeah, all right, cool.
At the
That's,
bottom, you just said upcoming open houses down there.
that's what I'm looking at.
Keep going.
Yeah, keep
Keep
scrolling.
going. Keep going.
Why do I know that address?
Oh,
Because you have.
No, that-
See, do
that's
you
a
have to
tiny
see
bit.
Okay, I was like, what?
Okay, upcoming open houses, so where does that?
I don't have a schedule, but because she puts the open house, she puts it on the list.
Yeah, all I have there, but isn't that under contract?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it showing?
That's why I was going.
Depends on what you've chosen, so if you've chosen.
But you know what?
Show the ones that are pending or coming soon. It'll feature those.
Taking her out, that's awesome.
Let's get her, but. Let me start what I was looking for was. That I do So you. It does say that there is. I was trying to get people like a little.
I used to have a dress. The only one I have is green color, and I don't wanna wear green. That's a brown ball.
Well, when we don't have no presentation here.
I know.
We'll see you 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Laura. That was fun.
I was saying.
Thank you too. This is really. You're meeting one on operations and systems, that's real estate, I was like, this was fun.
Yeah, yeah, that's all they long. Yeah, maybe.
Even with the operations and systems, that was the previous one.
So,
I don't want to deal with any of this stuff.
Yeah, you can totally do that, yeah.
Oh my God. How do you make, I was like, oh shit, just. When there was so much stuff. It's right, I think it's like, oh shit, he said. I just wanted to do job. Definitely.
we'll call it out for you, girl.
I would set all this up, they're like.
And the thing is that you know what needs to happen, so it's not just an IT person
Right.
that hasn't ever been in the business and doesn't have a clue.
Man, I think it's like, how you doing? I think we just worked in new business. I got
Oh my God, just like what you need one more thing to do.
I know, I worry about.
there.
Just
I
my,
love
design.
Yeah.
And my website. Because I don't really care, I didn't do that much. We do to the website anyway,
Okay.
but for the little bit we did,
Yeah.
it's been a year. And I haven't done anything.
I know, I was doing the same thing, but.
One, two, and then when I heard we were flipping over to this, I was like, "Shoots," you know,
She's already
eventually
myself,
started doing this.
So it's.
Yeah. So.
And she went to Gmail.
I'm sure you know what should I just.
I'm like, oh my God. So anyway.
Cause I just downloaded my design.
Okay.
And that's all I'm doing.
Oh my God, as long as you have like yes, I would go ahead and approve. I have a few weeks, so don't feel like this guy, we were his first office.
Oh, really?
And I'll get some clarity.
And this video, he was so much, like you were watching that video.
And he was a different things.
That was a good one.
I love Donnie Dorfman, he can make a nation really, and I feel like that. Well, talking, he's on like Keller Williams. YouTube, to make sure that everything was set up.
Right, I was like, even when I come in, everything, I was just like, oh my gosh.
Okay, that's all right. Okay. I'll be tapping you probably, but you know, I'm a little savvy. If I get stuck, it's rare, but I do.
Yeah,
Just reach out. I will.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I like the red brick.
Thank you.
It is.
It is.
It's a little chunky, like white, red, I really love.
Because I have that subdivision is in a neighborhood and I need to, I want to do stuff. Somewhat of a city of May, I don't want to get really long, so they plan to make work.
Do what we just did, that, the thing that we just did, no, just to be able to there, create something.
Yeah, yellow. Yellow, it's gotta be certain yellows, there's some of them that just, you look at, gosh, that's. Well, and then also.
Oh, that's so
There's so much rain.
I got a lot,
And then,
but I
the
don't,
rain company.
but I don't.
Two different reds.
I like pink.
Oh, and I love pink. However, to the pink berets, I think it does.
I'm sorry. I think transfer these over to the new site though.
So this is not the new site.
No, I know this is old.
That's it.
So that will be over on the new side, yeah, so I don't have to worry about going through and picking what I
Literally
need.
just their.
This website,
Just
this.
their.
Oh, well then I can.
Yeah.
And what if I have notifications like in command? right?
All of that stays the same.
So that'll transfer over to.
Nothing changes except for
Okay, I'm overthinking it. I'm ready to just jump in the pool.
Do it. I have a quick question. I would love to learn more and stuff with you,
Oh,
but I kind of like it, like, how would you do it, and I get work with, so that I have like a some expertise, or do what you did, so that I could.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yes. I love that. Yes, this brings me life. And I was like, I felt like keep going, still back.
No, you and Tony were good. You were on it. So that was really good.
You guys are just. Thank you, appreciate that.
Thanks, Lucy.
Yeah. She made me feel good today.
You actually did it in, you actually went through that process and you went ahead and accepted your new website.
Yeah.
And just did.
The A is in the barn, as they like to say.
Because again.
I think on this, it scares me.
This me, and so, me, I'm just like, all the time we're working with the kids.
That's what we get along.
Right.
That's my number one compatible son.
So I'll just be like that. You know, did you even think about it today? I don't think you're touching that well. Like, that's what you do. We did this, and I was like, you know what you're doing, you're in there touching stuff. Like, yeah, let's see if it works.
It'll break you.
Meanwhile, I've already done it. I fixed it.
But tell us we know what we know.
We know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already did, yeah, we.
What's your son?
I'm a Gemini.
Okay, that's my brother.
You gotta watch out for Gemini.
You gotta watch out for us. We're.
Hey, we shift. Like, like I, bipolar shift. I'm just.
There are times, girl, there are times it's like, just watch out. Watch out. All right,
I'm gonna just
what's
say
the
to
deal?
you.
I'm about to be in here on Tuesdays and when I come in here on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
You getting it done.
I'm in Missy space, like, what should I?
Okay, now wait a minute.
I can be meeting here by 9:30.
That's team meeting.
No, Thursday.
Oh.
Trying to think, I went to.
Any other day, yeah. That's when I get stuff done. On Tuesdays, I don't get none. It's like I have big plans on it, but I usually don't get anything really done.
This is
But I can't.
meeting.
We have the ones that she did this last year. But
Did you call up your CNA?
no, I'm getting ready to switch over.
No, just call up your CNA, so I can show you how to do it.
Oh, you ready? I didn't know if you were ready.
Well, again, I'm not that.
So you had me going to RPR.
What did you think? I just figured I'd ask you. So. Thank you. Go, sorry. No, you're fine. Go back to the next one. Oh, here it is. Yeah.
But I want to pull up, oh, I guess I can put property report. Or
Yeah, you want.
There you go. Well, I would do that in my spare time.
Yeah, it's not like keyboard.
Oh.
Yeah.
But for the. Okay, their house is. This is their property, right?
Did you put it in there?
It's in there. And so I got three up there, one on the main, and on the main, one four there. So I'm gonna get rid of all the leaves and two. Right?
Oh.
Guys, wanna give me a reading?
I'm planning that now. I wanna go. Are you going?
I've been contacted.
I've never been either, but because it's in. I want to go. Cause I can make, and if I go, my grandmother turns 98 on the 3rd. So the family reunion is the 25th to the 29th. I'm gonna just stay.
Right.
Cause the 29th, I think is Thursday, and the 1st. The 2nd is Saturday. Her birthday is the 2nd. And then come back home Sunday.
Right.
So that's what I'm going to start working on those. Okay, their house is, I'm gonna say everything that's 2,000 square feet or bigger. Between 2,000 and 2,500. Now, if theirs was a 4-bedroom, would you just do 4-bedroom? I'm sorry, would you just do the 4-bedroom ones at the same size? Okay. That's what I'm. But it's one that's on their actual, there's a couple that's on their actual street. Dr. Rand will be beginning of the. Either. David, for that, this is perfect, but that's exactly. But your budget with everything and. Yes.
You ended up. Gives driver's license, the registration, the registration, like that, we did all the way. Yeah, yeah. Since you're waiting, and also need to make sure that
Now.
is their house.
Yeah.
Some taxes, flyers for you. You don't have any, so I just need to go on and print something on.
Status.
All right, well, I'm gonna talk to you about that, because I've got a list and I'm trying to have, and then we'll talk.
Okay, just call me or email me, don't have.
Oh, yeah.
Info. Yeah, next one.
I'll find. Cause I'm going by there today and there's stuff they wanna do, but I told them to hold off on the husband trying to do for it. And let's see what they think they need to do.
Right, and what it's gonna cost to do it.
Yeah.
And stuff. And it was, this is, you have that. Okay, and that's only for you, you don't have to line.
Okay.
Okay. They have to go to those.
Okay. Okay, so,
You're my customer. Then the spot pass.
5,000. Okay.
And our average job is.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. I'll call you.
They have, yeah, they can still have it built out. Or what is taxes this year to the other. You don't have until like April. So you get to get it. Right, so that's.
Yeah. That's always accepting the requirements. Well, what, somebody paying attention? You have attention? I'm not interested. I don't have the budget for that this year. I want to support this year. Coming up.
Like, she felt like for it all, and I know.
You want to see, because I'm down in my office, but you know, like, the CMAs and stuff, you know, the person there, sure. And then, because Miss Pat isn't here, so you won't be disturbed at that. No, what, you know, it looks like.
You don't need that. I need that.
It's promotional.
before it, and I'm like, maybe it should be. I was really good about wearing it. Before. And then I just got out of the habit.
Yeah.
And then I stuck it in, yeah, here it is, I just got the needle. but no,
You
it's-
okay?
they're tissues.
Okay. We don't look it, if that helps.
Oh, no.
You just had a look on your face like something was wrong.
Marshmallow. I am a little distracted. My, foster to adopt child got beat up.
Oh,
And that's so at the. And then worse, else Aidmore said, oh, I think she needs to stay an extra week. So she can work some of this stuff out. And I'm like, where did it happen? In her room. Her and her roommate got into a fight and bumped her nose and scratched it. So she's having to go to school looking like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And she's bruised up, and so she's a teenager, she's 14, but she only weighs 78 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
It's been neglected there years.
Oh, that's perfect.
So, proper word choice in my text of, okay, so you guys are putting me in the position of, I'm gonna have to take pictures of the bruises every time we see her, and then y'all have to figure out who did them.
yeah.
You have to, as a foster parent, you have to.
Yeah.
And, so that's where I'm.
Oh, Catherine, that's a lot.
Is that?
That's a lot. That's heavy, heavy, heavy stuff.
Yeah. My, I'm really trying to keep it pulled in together because. you
Just
can't
sign up
raise you all
for the
up.
C classes.
I didn't sign up. for any
Pass it around.
Which one
That's that FMLS class.
Oh, yeah, I do like
Oh,
that.
that's
That
a-
one. I like
I'm
that.
actually gonna come back from the
When is it?
bilingual, because I
If
wanna,
you wanna do that, was Thursday from 1 to
just in
4.
case they did anything.
Already.
I can't do the Friday one because I signed up for the one that, I can't do the medical grade one. Signed up.
Who's even teaching that? Is it the lawyers?
Yeah, I think it might, yeah, I don't know.
Because it's about getting listed, right? The what?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing the KW effect the other day with, Aaron Kaufman. I signed up for that like a long time ago. Now I'm.
Oh.
Now I'm like, stuck. It sounded great at the time. Doesn't sound so great now that it's Friday.
Joke's on you.
What happened? Oh, man, I'm tired. Maybe I'll just take a nap.
But it was interesting, when Andy was talking about this morning,
Rachel.
because
You smell like love for you now.
I'll sign up. for
he was basically indicating how important it was.
Have planning.
That agents explain not just the
Thank you.
contract, but the brokerage agreements, you know? Which doesn't necessarily happen, they go, sign right here.
Yeah, no, it is, I mean,
Thank you, guys.
Of minutes on our resource, especially with your listing agreement, because like all those awkward questions I tell y'all to ask. The listing agreement gives you a section to ask all those questions, and it doesn't look like you're asking the questions. And so I would use that so heavily.
well, with listing agreements, I definitely, and they're not very long, the listing agreements are pretty short. So I've definitely gone through those and because it's part of the listing appointment, right? Gone through that with like seller's property disclosure, community association disclosure with those with clients, but the buyer brokerage, I'm just as guilty of. Because sometimes it's right when you're putting in an offer, and so it's, you know, it's one of the forms that gets sent over to CERN.
And what?
I've been as guilty as anybody on
You
that.
don't have to do it this way, but how many times have we actually said, read this and let me know if you have any questions,
Yeah,
right? Before we
I do
actually
that.
explain.
I do that,
Right? Because it's, I mean, they're signing. the-
and then they don't read
I give them a paper copy and I say, you know, read over it, but when it's time to sign it, I'm gonna send it over electronically. This is just so you can go over it, so you can have any questions before you sign.
Take notes, et
Yeah.
cetera. Yeah.
So today I sent one and I labeled it, I sent it electronically through email for the DocuSign, but I said in the description, this is draft. This is for your review only for our, preparation for our further discussions. Please do not sign.
Well, I don't know if you need to say, please don't sign, because if they wanna go ahead and sign, well, now you
Well, I
sign the agreement.
didn't have everything in there. I didn't have the list price. I didn't have the special steps about the, how we may adjust the list price. It was really just to give her and her ex-husband, who is somewhere else, the topics we'll talk about. Because she's a busy lady, she's not gonna want to talk about this thing for 2 hours or an hour. I wanna do a.
No, I think send it over first, say, read over this
Right, yeah,
at your own leisure, and then,
right,
let me know what questions, and we'll talk about it
right.
when we have our meeting, X, Y, Z.
Mhm.
But if you've already talked about the price, the days on market, and you know all that information, then it's not a bad idea to go ahead and fill it in and say, hey, read this over. I'll go through, when we go to sign on Friday, and if they go ahead and sign it, then you guys sign the agreement.
Yes.
We'll go to that.
Yeah. So I guess it just depends on how far along you are in your agreements.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I'm team, get your buyer brokerage agreement signed early in the process. I mean, some
Which
agents do like a free look.
Ideal.
Fine, but
It is still ideal, like if you meet somebody in open house and things move really quickly, for example, then and you gotta get an offer in because offers are getting shut down at a certain time or that.
I just mean you don't wanna go show them 5 houses and not have an agreement.
No.
Cause then
No.
all of a sudden.
No, totally
they walk
agree.
away, Don't get commission.
Totally agree with you there.
Their
It's
neighbors are great.
really more the offers are due by Sunday at 5 and you gotta get it, that kind of.
If it's at your open house kind of thing, or they just walked into an open house and call it you kind of thing. But with that exception pulled out, I would say get them signed as quickly as possible to secure your money as quickly as possible. Or even like you're putting in an offer, hey, before I can draft the offer, you do have to sign this brokerage agreement, which allows me to draft the offer for you. I'm gonna send that over. You look it over, we'll talk about it while I'm putting your contract together. That way it's like 5 minutes before, and then
Yeah.
if they say, I'm not signing that, and you say, well, I guess I'm not writing this offer for you then.
I've been tempted, because my interactions, I'm trying to be very, I'm they're the boss, I'm available to them. But I'm this close to saying, I've been looking and I've been sending you some of these things, but at some point you're gonna have to sign something for me to do, keep looking for you.
Well, the sooner the better, that's. And then the other thing is that we neglect to tell them how they actually terminate the brokerage agreement, because they get terminated at any time, given certain criteria, right? For instance, if you say, they sign the agreement and you say, well, this is every property, right? And we'll make a list of all the properties that I showed you, because those are the ones that are protected. Or you can provide notice. If they terminate the contract, you can say, these are the properties that you looked at while we were working together. These are all the properties that I sent you, if you really wanna go that route. And that's what the protection kind of covers, right?
Right. I probably need to do a better job of explaining that.
Yeah, I don't know why we drop the phone with those things, but it's
Well, you hope
very.
they don't terminate.
Huh?
You hope they don't terminate.
Well, true, right? But I don't know why we're so afraid to discuss, the brokerage agreements specifically.
The legal aspect of it, that people get afraid, and especially when they perceive us to be in a position of knowing more than they do, which is good, right, to get you to sign, but it makes them a little bit, they're all not on equal footing as far as knowledge. So to me.
But that's true no matter what professional you go to.
Right.
So that, to me, like, if they knew as much as you, they wouldn't come to you and need help. So I think that's part of your value proposition, and part of your pitch to them is explaining why the document's important and why it needs to get signed. And if you crafted your value proposition well, then it'll be well received. If you're getting pushback, you might need to edit your, pitch or your value proposition so that they're not questioning your worth, which is tied to the brokerage agreement.
Right. I'm also working on that professional demeanor rather than just friendly Kathy.
Yeah, well, probably different clients call for different things, you know? Some people prefer the comfier,
Back and nobody was
friendly persona, and some people prefer fancy stuff.
Right.
I
That's
don't know what happened.
I think Tony was in a mood today.
Yeah.
She said he was ornery.
He's on today, just extra ornery. You guys would have had a good time. Cause he really made Aaron feel welcome. It's like, we don't need you today.
Savage. Poor thing. Okay, well, I guess we can go ahead and get started with the next address concern that we want to talk about, right? Okay. So we are using this form when
there's a concern you need to address.
Really good.
When somebody's not comfortable with the offered price.
When you're negotiating terms after usually inspection or.
yeah, it's typically gonna be after the inspection. The amendment to address concerns is not the amendment I would pull out to use to change the sales price alone. It's not the amendment I would use to just put on some sort of seller credit. This is where you're saying like, you know, seller to hire licensed electrician to update all the outlets to the GM 5C or whatever, right? So all the things you found in the inspection. Don't forget, and you can use a regular amendment for that if you want, there's nothing wrong with it. You can use the like standard plain amendment for any sort of situation where you're amending any single term in the entire contract. But these more specific amendments are crafted to have some additional language, some additional options that are gonna be relevant to the specific thing that you're trying to address or amend. And so for this one, what I want y'all to look at is this third paragraph after the line, which is in consideration of seller agreeing to address certain concerns and buyer with property. All parties agree that if this amendment is signed by buyer and seller and delivered to both parties, the remainder of buyer's due diligence period either shall or shall not terminate. Don't forget to check one of those two boxes. Make sure you're actually making a selection. And so that should be part of your decision-making when using this amendment. If you represent the buyer, you obviously prefer for due diligence to remain open. If you represent the seller, you obviously prefer to conclude with this. But let's say really you called, so you've got 10 things on this list. You call the other agent and the other agent is like, listen, my seller's happy to put some money towards it. They're not willing to do any of the work. Can we just give you guys $10,000 instead? There's a couple things to think about. First, don't use this amendment, okay? When a lender sees this amendment, it says that there's a concern with the property. So to address that concern, seller's gonna give $10,000. So the lender's like, oh no, what is that big old $10,000 concern? We need some more information. If you just have a plain old amendment that says seller credit is $10,000, doesn't necessarily imply that it's tied to an inspection report or any kind of issue with the property. So if that's all you're doing, you called the other agent, you've had the discussion, you verbally negotiated, you use the other amendment, right? And it's good for your buyer to do that, because now we're not highlighting the fact that we have to make a decision on due diligence. By using that other amendment and just saying seller credit, due diligence remains open, right? Because nobody's cut it short. So you want to do that. The other thing when they're offering to give $10,000 is talking to the lender. Is there room to do that because of the loan? Is there enough closing costs to cover that? Is anyone else giving the buyer some sort of credit that's gonna push them over that limit? So whenever there's a large credit number being tossed around, you wanna make sure you run that by the lender. And the other thing I would say to that is kind of on the same communication train that we've been talking about pretty much every class, is explaining to your buyer what that means. So in a lot of closings, I sit down and go through the settlement statement I say, here's your credit from the seller, they'll say, how do I get that money? Is the seller gonna write me a check? And I say, well, no, reduce the cash that you had to bring to closing. But if a buyer thinks that they're gonna walk away from the closing with $10,000 in their hand to be able to pay a vendor, that's very different than I have to come up with $10,000 less dollars. Because what if they've got $18,000 in their bank account, their cash to close is $15,000, that's all well and good, but they don't have $10,000 to pay those vendors. So I think communicating to your buyer what that credit looks like, what the reality of how they're going to receive it is something that seems super obvious to us as we look at it every day, but to a lot of buyers, it's not obvious. And I'll, obviously explain it to them in the closing, but at that point, it's kind of too late for them to not want it done that way, right? Like if your buyer doesn't really have the money, maybe a big seller credit is not as helpful because it's just reducing what they have to bring to closing. They don't walk away with money. Having the seller actually do the work is better. Or having the seller pay the vendor if they don't want to pay beforehand. Like you pick out, so let's say you have a buyer that doesn't want to pay for those things after the closing because they don't have the money. A seller doesn't have the money to pay for it before closing. Good option is to go ahead and get those estimates from whatever vendor. And then your amendment is seller to pay Windows R Us $6,000 at closing, seller to pay We Love Toilets $2,000 at closing, and just list out what's getting paid. That way, we can cut the check, we can hand it to the buyer has to use that vendor, but that way, the buyer's not coming out of pocket after closing, the seller's not coming out of pocket before closing. So that's a happy medium, but I do think a lot of agents skip over explaining what a seller credit actually does.
Well, and those things don't affect the lender credits either.
Correct.
Because it's, so that would be a way around that issue, like say they're only putting 3% down, or they can only get 3%,
Right, no, that's a great point, so and some people say, well, can we do the work after closing, you hold money in escrow? I'm always gonna say it's cleaner for you to get the estimates and us just pay the vendors directly, because you're exactly right, Sandy, it gets around that, credit limit.
So make sure I wasn't off somewhere, so that those estimates and that the repair should be laid out here in this amendment to address concerns? Or are you saying no, because it causes problems with the lender saying, because we're remedying it with the estimates, it go here, or are we just sending it to you and you work it out on the settlement statement?
So for me to put it on the settlement statement, it has to be part of your contract.
Yeah, so
if all you're doing is seller to pay 3 vendors, I would do a regular amendment for that. If what you're doing is seller's gonna give the buyer $1,000 credit, seller's gonna pay 3 vendors at closing, and then seller is gonna make sure all the toilets get caulked and all of the little outlet plates get replaced. Now all of a sudden, you're having the seller do work before closing. I think you put everything on this amendment. There's nothing wrong with putting seller payments to either vendors or the buyer on the amendment to address concerns. I just wouldn't use the amendment to address concerns solely for seller payments, whether it's to the buyer or a vendor. Does that make sense? So your amendment is seller to pay Windows R Us and We Love Toilets. Use the other amendment.
Okay.
But if it's to pay Windows R Us, to pay We Love Toilets, and then to before closing, have the deck replaced, use this. So if there's an action seller is looking before closing, use this. You just don't want to alert the lender to a problem that would cause them to ask questions and for them to dig a little deeper. Because don't forget, the lender gets what the lender wants, and this lender's not part of the contract. The seller is not obligated to amend any portion of the contract per lender instruction, but the lender can absolutely say, I choose not to loan money on this contract, on this property, if you don't do X, Y, Z. And so who ends up getting hurt there is the buyer. So you don't want to open up that can of worms and hurt the buyer, because the seller doesn't owe anything to the lender.
Yeah, and using that same example, you get an amendment to address concerns with 10 items, and let's say the seller says, I'll do 5 of them, and then I'll give you money for the rest. So we revise that, the amendment to address concerns will list the 5 items that we have agreed will be taken care of by the seller somehow.
And then we go, then the number two, regular amendment, where we indicate that money is being given usually as credit towards closing costs. Or in some cases, it may have to be towards reduction of the sales price.
Right.
Because we've reached a point where we cannot get any more money from the seller because of the.
And I think you're probably fine to put all of that on the one amendment together. I haven't seen lenders have an issue with that as much. You might have a different opinion. You're fine to do two separate amendments. And I think you're fine to put them all on the same one. I just wouldn't only put a seller credit on this to cause the lender to ask the question.
The other
What's the problem?
thing, Kathy, is sometimes the lenders, if you put something like, say there's mold in the house, and you put that there's mold, you know, to remediate the mold, that's a trigger word sometimes for a lot of the underwriters. And so even Shelter will tell you, like, maybe figure out organic growth or, you know, or something along those lines.
And it depends on what the issue is. Like, if there's a legitimate mold problem in the house and it needs to get remediated and your buyer doesn't wanna buy the house unless the seller's remediated it, then you can put that in there, because the lender's gonna say, that has to get fixed.
So then they
Yeah,
have to see
I know.
proof that it's been done.
Yes, but if it's like, you know, your buyer wants it done anyway, then that's fine. Where you really wanna be extra careful and like not use the word is when it's really not a big issue. And if there's just like a little mold in the shower and you can clean that, you don't wanna put seller to remove mold in guest bathroom, then the lender's gonna require like a full remediation. When really what you could say is seller to have guest bathroom professionally cleaned. Which gets the mold out, right? That kind
A
of.
$98 can of kills will take care of it.
Right. So just don't open the lender up to asking for more than what you're really prepared to require or prepared to do from the listing perspective.
Well, and we had a situation with a house that had mold, in the crawl space and we were getting it remediated. But we were okay with it getting done after closing, but if we had put that in there, the lender would have required it to be done before closing. We were getting a check to the basement people, I can't remember the call. Anyway, whatever, we were gonna check, we were gonna have it done afterwards, but the lender would have actually required that it be done before
You
closing.
can always, something like that, obviously, everybody has agreed to it, right? It can be under the umbrella of waterproofing.
Yeah, waterproofing, that was the word I was looking for, yes.
Yeah, so really the line is the lender gonna require something that is more stringent than what you're gonna require? So since Sandy was okay with it being done after closing, more stringent lender is gonna say before closing. But if it's an example where your buyer needs it to be done 5 days before closing, the lender is probably fine to put that on there, so lender's gonna back you in that. But if it's something where you don't want that full remediation done in plenty of time before closing, buy a licensed person, receipts, go to the lender, all that, you wanna avoid certain trigger words for sure. And you also don't wanna loop in the inspection report to this amendment. That's something that I see being done incorrectly all the time, is seller. Well, this is another point of contention, but seller to address the following items on the inspection report. Item 4.2, missing glass panel and window or something. Your seller is not going to missing glass panel. Your seller is going to replace the missing glass panel.
Yeah.
So on that, first, you don't want to loop the inspection in, because then that is part of your contract. So the lender is entitled to see the entire inspection report. The seller now has, the seller has the entire inspection report because you looped it in to the contract, okay? Also, the other point there is your inspection reports are gonna be worded in such a way that names the problem, not the solution or the action that needs to be done. What you wanna name is the action. Who's doing what, when, right? So is the seller fixing it? Is the seller hiring a contractor to fix it? Are they hiring a licensed contractor to fix it? Is it done by closing? Is it done 5 days prior to closing? Do you need to provide receipts? All that sort of stuff. You wanna be really clear in what you're actually getting the seller to do, okay? And the seller action of seller to address. How do we feel about that?
No, because they could just say, yeah, I see it, I've addressed it.
Right. So,
I mean, he's not saying he's fixing it, he's addressed it, okay, yeah.
yeah, keep in mind, really what an earnest money holder and a court is gonna look at is what's in the four corners of your agreement, right? And so what your agreement says seller to address, all a holder is gonna look at, all a court is gonna look at is, did the seller address it? And to address it, to your point, it's literally, yep, looks like there's a crack. I agree. That doesn't help anybody, right? You want them to fix the crack. You want them to replace whatever it is. So make sure you're putting in actual action. And I say that so much, but almost every single amendment to address concerns I get is seller to address, ... So stop doing that. Make sure seller to have the following completed, or seller to do the following, or one, seller to have licensed electrician fix the outlets, seller to blah, blah, blah. Just make each one, and then you have to write seller to each time, but at least we're really clear on what's being required to be done by who, at what point in time, and you're not gonna run into the, oh, I addressed it. And I will say I haven't exactly seen that become an issue, but if you have a seller who's not real nice, they could be like, well, not my fault, you wrote the amendment wrong, it's your problem. You know, which I do see all the time with the CAD, right? Buyers are not stepping up to say, oh, it's okay, I'll pay that $1,000 that you really should pay for the contract. They were like, no, you filled it out wrong, you get to suffer the consequences. So I would imagine that that very well could happen in the amendment to address concerns. So just make sure you're actually putting in a very clear action, right? I think the 12-year-old test is a good test. And it's some 12-year-old who is not listening to y'all discuss what was happening. Do they know what's supposed to be done? If the answer is yes, probably good. If the answer is no, probably needs a little bit of work. Because I think we're all guilty of having this really lengthy conversation and then trying to put it down real concisely and leaving out important information that if I'm like, well, I don't know when you're supposed to have this done by, because I'm like, oh, we talked to the agent and they understand. Doesn't matter if they understand. It's not written, it doesn't exist. So I see a lot of not great language on here. And y'all have heard me say too, with looping in the inspection report. I think y'all have all heard my story of the inspection report that had 2 picture 4Bs, right? So one of them was to replace a piece of wood by the garage, the other was to replace the entire deck. So it just said seller to correct item 4B per inspection report. So seller replaced the piece of wood by the garage, buyer obviously thought they were getting a new deck. They both showed up to closing, seller said, I'm not in breach. Buyer said, yes, you are, we talked about it, you knew it was the deck. And he's like, contract says 4B, look at picture 4B. I did 4B, I'm good, you have to buy it. And so that was a total cluster because seller's not wrong, they did item 4B. It's hard because the buyer's agent did it wrong. So now the buyer's looking at them like, somebody owes me a whole new deck. That's what I thought I was getting. So another reason to not include that inspection report. And the listing agent's not gonna love you for that.
Even if the lender doesn't say anything about it.
They don't want to see all that. There's too much detail to, it needs to be concise.
Most inspectors do not write the statements regarding the repairs and properly. If you ask me, I mean, they're detailed, their scope of how they do things, but it doesn't necessarily reflect on how we would actually use that to negotiate. I had an inspector a long time ago, and he would have 140 items. And I'm like, listen, you tell us if there's something wrong with the property, but I'm helping you because so-and-so, a big agent that he worked for, that's how she negotiates her deals, and she gets a better, price, because I do that, and I said, I don't need help negotiating anything. What if I negotiated every dime out of the sellers at the beginning, when we went under contract?
Right.
Don't help me that way, right? Now, if there's something wrong with the house, please tell us. If there are things that could be construed as projects or updates or upgrades, Police have it, I don't have an issue, don't tell the buyer that there's.
140 things wrong with their house.
Right, now, I used to have an inspector, long time ago, and he had what is it? White, pink, yellow, and another white carbon copy forms, and he would fill out by hand his, inspection report, right? It was all pre-printed, but he would check, this applies, and he would explain, and then he would summarize his, the repairs. And the way he did it, I've never seen anybody do it that way. You literally could, I would make a copy of that, do a cutout, paste it on our form, and make a copy, and that's what we would sign. It was perfect, right? I didn't have to do anything if we were requesting everything that he required, right? But that's one inspector out of, I don't know how many I used.
Thousands.
Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, their job is to tell you all of the problems that they see, right? Your job in writing the amendment to address concerns is to tell the seller all the things you want them to correct, right? So you're looking at, this is the status of what I see. This is an action I'm requesting of you. So it's not necessarily the inspector's job to list out how things are gonna fix or who's gonna fix it. It's just saying, this is the issue that I see. So it's always gonna be, except for your one exception, always gonna be worded, not how you're gonna word, your amendment to address concerns. And I think it would be great to have an inspector that you really trust, and like have their cell phone and you can call, because a lot of times it's like, you know, crack in a piece of wood. I'm like, okay, but what do you need to do to fix that? I have no idea what to do to fix that. You probably don't have any idea what to do to fix that, because that's not either one of our area of expertise. So to have the inspector be like, okay, I know that you found this crack, what do I do to fix it? And then they can tell you, okay, this is the best way, this is like, to fix it perfectly, this is gonna last them 10 years, or you're gonna live here a couple of years, like, this is totally fine to do. And to be able to walk you through like what your options are, or give you a contact if it's super specialized, so that you can really word that amendment well. Because if you just say like, seller to repair or replace X, A, you've given the seller a choice, and they're gonna pick the cheaper choice.
Right.
And B, you haven't given any sort of like standard for them to hit as far as fixing it. Okay, you got it.
I'm sorry.
Saying
You don't know how to say that. But yeah, I just think this is probably the worst worded document I see on a consistent basis coming through. And I'll also say, just like selfishly and on behalf of all the closing attorneys and all of the lenders, don't put like seller to replace light bulb, seller to replace outlet, seller to caulk toilet, seller to get another garage remote, seller to get $5,000 credit, seller to fix sidewalks. Like, don't hide the money stuff in the middle. Either put that at the very top or put it at the very end, so it's really easy and everyone's eyes go to it. And it, that will just reduce mistakes and make life easier. You could not hide it in the middle there, like your home warranties, your seller credit, termite bond, all the stuff that the lender needs and the attorney needs. If we could like group them, it's super helpful. Not legally required, but like, please.
And try to group the, items that you're requesting, depending on who is, or who you're expecting the seller to have do it.
Yeah,
right?
like plumber to
Because you
blah, blah,
don't need
blah.
a licensed.
Electrician
contractor
to blah, blah,
clean the gutters, right? That can be easily be done by a handyman or even the seller, right?
Or any painting, because painters are not licensed.
Exactly. Even roofing companies are not licensed by the state of Georgia,
Right.
right? That's just something, plumbers, electricians, all they.
I usually put professional, hire professional roofer or whatever. Sometimes if I have, or I'll say, you know, preferably the roof builder.
Right. But it depends on who, and that works perfectly.
Yeah,
because
I just
then-
don't want the seller getting up there trying to clean out the gutters, you know.
Exactly.
But some stuff like caulking the toilet, the seller could do just fine, you know? And so that, and from the listing perspective, really explaining to your seller what is required, because I see that happening a lot as well, right? Like it says, you know, licensed electrician to change out outlets or whatever, and all the agent says is, you gotta replace the outlets. So seller says, okay, no problem, they go to Lowe's, they buy new outlets, they slap them on, they move on, because you said license, the lender can ask for the license, and the seller's gonna say, I don't have a license, I just replaced the little outlet thing you asked me to replace, why would I have a license to do that? And the lender's gonna say, if you want me to lend on this house, you will get a licensed person to do that. So just don't put in license unless you're prepared to ask for and provide the license. But I see that a lot, but also explaining again, because maybe the seller is like a handyman that does a lot of electrical work and he's just not licensed. He might think it's totally fine to do it, but again, lender can say, give me your license. Doesn't have one. Now, not only did the seller spend the money and the time to do it themselves, now they gotta go pay someone else to come behind them and tear out what he did and redo it, which is gonna be more expensive than just getting that licensed person to do it from the get-go.
And there's a lot of, I mean, on the side note, there's a lot of deferred maintenance that doesn't happen. The seller doesn't do it, the new buyer doesn't do it. You didn't buy your house new, you did, right? How old was your house when you bought it?
Like 20 years.
20 years, right? And that was how long ago? 6 years, right? The last house I bought, from you. And so I brought my plumber and I had a contractor that was waiting literally as we were signing, because they're like ready, there was a combination lockbox at the door, so you can't go in and we own the house, right? They were gonna go ahead and put in foam insulation, because I've had it in all my properties. And it definitely saves money and all of those things. And then I brought in the plumber. That was like, so we bought it on Thursday maybe, and then on Saturday I had the plumber before we even moved in. And he says, well, what am I doing? And I said, you're replacing all of the toilets, and you're replacing all of the water shutoffs for every faucet, anything water throughout the house. And he started laughing at me and he says, you're the only one that requests those things. Most people don't even bother with that. And that's where the leaks begin. Right? Because they only last so long, right? 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. And most people don't take care of that, right? Maintenance, just regular maintenance issue, simple stuff. Right?
Those boots, those rubberized boots on the roof. I can't tell you how many roofers have told me about that. That's where the leaks start. My husband, we go back and forth. It's like, Kathy, you're ridiculous just to replace those boots, but
It's cheap.
it's cheap.
All things considered, I would save you a ton of money. Right. So anyways, just think, if you mention that, because if you, let's say you're dealing with your buyer and they're looking at houses and you mention things like that to them, when you get the phone call, which you will, I have a leak and who's gonna take care of that? And I have a home warranty. And then they refuse to buy a home warranty, right? All of these things are gonna come back and you're gonna say, remember when we're talking about this? Valves and the shutoffs and the things that you needed to address, because now it's your house. You're the one that's gonna have the issues later on, right? The electric outlets, they need to be replaced every so many years. Because they don't last. So anyways, little. Now, one thing with that, I'm going to address concerns. You see the two little boxes, right? The village shall or shall not terminate. If you're the buyer's agent, what do you put in there?
Shall not.
Shut up, right? Or if you really want to get something done and it's like take it or leave it, if you don't do this, right? Maybe you use it as a negotiating tool and say, we will terminate.
You do this, yeah.
But in most cases, you will put in shall not terminate, right? If you're the listing agent and you get that amendment, and even if you agree on everything, what should you reply with?
That you want it to end.
That you want it to end. Why? Because if we agree to the amendment to the concerns and everybody can talk with it, and we have 3 days of due diligence, guess what could still happen?
So
Why did this still terminate? What do you mean? We signed, we agreed, I told them I was gonna do repairs.
Right.
Well, we still have the diligence. And that clock hasn't run out.
Right.
And I don't know how many times I've had that conversation and like, why did we forget to tell people that, you know?
Well, and as a buyer's agent, you may be trying to squeeze some things into due diligence that have nothing to do with this. You may be trying to squeeze an appraisal in. You may be trying to get the financing contingency, like you gave that up on the contract to win the deal. But you're trying to get it in within that due
Exactly.
diligence period. So just because so if you accidentally click shall terminate and they do, you know, they get it back over and you still have a day left. You know,
Exactly, and not to change the subject, but let's say that we, I don't know, we're still in due diligence, we says shall not terminate. And we're doing an appraisal, right, we have 3 days and we're getting the appraisal done there, the property doesn't appraise.
yeah, you can't cancel because of the appraisal. You have to cancel.
Because of the diligence,
Due
so
diligence.
do not reference that.
No.
termination
No,
because-
but I'm just saying, you need that time maybe.
Yeah.
Even if they've already agreed to whatever's on.
Exactly, and then if that gets countered, then you say, no, we're still, we want the diligence, we're not gonna. and
Thank you, but
But I think your point is really, really, really important.
you can't cancel
On the
because, yeah.
termination, you have to fill out the reason correctly. If you put the wrong reason, you very well could lose your buyer the earnest money. So in your example where you did your amendment to address concerns on day 6, but you have 10 days of due diligence.
Uh-huh.
And then on day 8, the appraisal comes in low. What are you putting as the reason on your TNR?
Due diligence,
Due diligence. If you put appraisal contingency,
but you didn't have
you
one.
didn't have one, your buyer will lose the earnest money, and that is one of the worst phone calls for me to make is to the agent saying, hey, essentially, you're the one that filled this document out, because you fill out the TNR, I mean, we send the disclosure to the seller to fill out, but it's almost always the agent who actually fills out the termination before sending it for signature. And so if it's the wrong reason is selected, it's really the agent's fault. And I've had a couple agents have to come up with the earnest money to give to their buyers, but they filled it out wrong. Or they failed doing a piece of the contingency, like they didn't send over the denial letter under the loan contingency, so seller wouldn't sign it. So don't make those mistakes and lose your buyer's earnest money, cause you might have to
But
replace
if you
it.
don't remember, at least remember, let me ask. Before, I know they said something about, you know.
Yeah, send it to Ashley or Enrique first.
Yes, yes.
I think it probably, when you're looking at one, you're only dealing with one, it's real clear, but when you have multiple probably deals going, then things get a little muddier.
You know, who checks on me with those terminations, I wanna say most of the ones that she does, Lilibet.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't wanna lose that.
There's no reason not to. I mean,
Well, I thought that's
another pair of eyes.
what this was.
Yeah, another pair of eyes never hurts.
So I think his point is she does a lot of it.
Yes, yes,
And
yeah.
even at that point, she's still asking
I
for double
totally
checking.
Sure. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think you
Yeah,
need
we
it
had-
even more
we
so.
had some interesting conversations, right?
We have,
And it's not that she just does a lot of volume. It's kind of like looking at all of the contracts that the office puts together, we're gonna find some crazy stuff, right? Because of the volume. Well, same deal with her. And in a lot of cases, we've seen situations that we haven't necessarily seen before, right? And it makes us think, and it makes us better because, okay, well, now we're talking about that, and I can relate on the definition that to you guys. So I definitely welcome that because you never stop learning. I mean, you could argue that the forms are the same. We don't have to fill us out. You make a new contract every time, every situation is different, every stipulation. And I don't know why, but I get the calls and well, usually from PC, right? We wanna write a stipulation, I'm going, why? Why do we need to write a stipulation? And they wanted to, I got a call the other day, they wanted to write a stipulation because the seller was getting the appliances replaced. They hadn't been installed, right? So don't worry about it, because we're getting those installed. And they wanted to go ahead and put that in a stipulation, and I said, well, Have you seen are they there, right? Have you looked at them, and, they just need to be, hooked up? No, they haven't gotten there yet. And I said, okay, well, do you know what they are? Oh, no, I don't, but I want to go ahead and put it, I said, put what in a stipulation? You don't know what brand, you don't know what color, you don't know anything, right? And you do have to be very detailed when it comes to those things. Now, in the meantime, while, we're putting that over together and all of those things, the appliances got installed. So I guess the agent neglected to say, we're getting it done in the next, during the day or the next day or so, right? So I told the agent, I said, well, go back and take a look and make sure that everybody's okay with it, and then it doesn't need to be, and take a picture, it doesn't need to be in the contract, right? Because it's been done. So anyway, just things like that. There's no reason to be adding things to the contract that are redundant. Like, property shall be professionally cleaned or something like that, right? Room swept, yeah, the room swept, and I'm like, that contract has that already.
Right.
It says that.
Or property being sold as is, says that already.
Right.
See that one a lot. Although I will say on the appliances front, in the contract, you wanna make sure, even if they've gone and replaced them, that the fixtures checklist indicates that they're staying with the property. Would be my only suggestion, because what you don't want is a seller to go replace the appliances knowing they're gonna take it and your buyer thinks they're staying. So make sure they're actually staying on the fixtures checklist.
Right.
I'm sure they are, which is why they're getting replaced, but you want that to be on there as well. And I was gonna say real quick, kind of related to the amendment to address concerns, is special stipulation 302. I don't know if you're able to pull that up. But that's the one that you would add to your contract. It basically says if a subsequent amendment to address concerns is sent over and not signed before the end of due diligence, then that is notice to terminate.
You know what we're talking about?
So some agents put that in every contract, but this is the language, so there's no reason for y'all to go rewrite it, because GAR has it.
So if it's not sent over, it's not signed, so
Not signed.
basically the buyer has an out if the seller never signs it, it's in the back.
Right, so that prevents you from getting, right up to like 11:59, you sent it over yesterday, it's 11:59, you're like, are you gonna sign it, are you not gonna sign it, should we terminate, should we not terminate? It's saying, since they don't sign it by 11:59, before it goes over to 12, that is my notice to terminate.
Okay, sure.
That's 302. Amendment to address concerns is notice to terminate. So in the event that a subsequent amendment to address concerns of property is not accepted by seller and delivered back to buyer prior to the end of the buyer's right to terminate as set forth in the due diligence provision of the agreement, that amendment to address concerns of property shall serve as notice of termination of this agreement upon expiration of the right to terminate period as set forth here. So it's not signed and returned by the end of due diligence, buyer's terminated.
Okay, so can I tell you a side note on that one, or a comment actually? Elizabeth came from Palmer House. And one of the things that she raved about was her role. Because she was telling us, she never earn its money for us, well, we don't earn its money. The agents, buyers, right? Now, it shouldn't be for neglect because we didn't write the contract the proper way, this and the other. So she basically said, at more than one time, she said, she wrote this stipulation that would save me every time. Coming to find out, that stipulation was that, and it wasn't written by the broker, but it was incorrectly being used. Because they were adding that to the amendment to address concerns. That should be added to the purchase of telegram.
It says, that a subsequent amendment to address concerns with property, not like this amendment to address concerns.
Right. So in other words, and somehow she thought that she was just doing it the proper way, and she would never lose earnest money, and apparently she won earnest money because of that, because the other agent didn't understand that stipulation
Or
as well.
didn't want
So-
to fuss and argue with them.
Well,
You know,
see, the
relationship.
problem is, use, I mean, you have all this stuff in there, and still use it correctly, right? So little things like that.
302.
Now, you don't necessarily want to use this in a utility contract that you can. But if you have a short due diligence and you're not 100% sure we're gonna get everything done, and I'm not talking about inspection, because that's you, right? You chose the short period, but actually getting an answer back, then you put that in there, right? What's a complaint from the listing agent when they see that? Why are you putting that in there? Are you not planning on getting back to me before the next? Because if you are, it doesn't matter, right? But if you're not, then that, I have to have that to protect the client.
But make sure you're only putting that in there when you have a client who only wants to buy the house if X, Y, Z.
Right, because if your buyer is in love with the house, then you could be setting them up for heartbreak.
Exactly. Yeah, so if you have a buyer who's like, we get the inspection report, I would really love for them to replace the windows, but like if they say no, I wanna buy it anyway. That's not your buyer that you're gonna put this stipulation in, right? But, cause you've already said it will serve as notice to terminate, and you would have to actively go like withdraw the amendment before it gets signed, which is a lot more work, a lot more difficult on timing. So only do that if there's a problem that you know is like, make it or break it for your buyer. If you are in a situation where you don't know, I would err on the side of not including
Yeah, I
this
agree.
personally, because again, you don't want your buyer to put in 7 offers, now we're on offer 8, you finally get the house, and you think they really, really wanna make sure all the plumbing is good. But what you don't know is what they want even more than that is to buy a house, right? So I would err on the side of not doing that, because remember, if you sent the amendment over and they're not signing it, your buyer's like, I wanna go to bed, like this is too stressful, you can still terminate, it's just filling out the TNR saying you're terminating in the due diligence period. There's no requirement to like try to get some sort of defect or issue corrected. So you can still have that in your back pocket, so that's why I was here on the
And some
side.
agents do have that sign up front with termination, if that is definitely one of the options. Now, what shouldn't happen, as another agent that we have in the office, the way that she was getting them to sign the amendment to address concerns, she was turning in the amendment to address concerns and the termination. The notice to terminate at the same time. And believe it or not, they were getting the amendment signed, and I'm like, you don't have a contract anymore. And 2 agents looked at that, the seller, the buyer, and there's no contract. Anyway.
And when you say getting that done, he means not only is the agent having their buyer signing it, the agent is sending to the listing agent the amendment and the TNR
Right,
at
so
the same time. So they're terminating the contract automatically. They thought they were like strong arming the other agent saying, look, we're ready to terminate if you don't sign this.
Yeah,
But
they
they weren't
terminated
ready to
first.
terminate, they did terminate.
Now, if you wanna use that notice to terminate as a negotiating tool, take a picture of the top, no signatures, and say, listen, we already have this filled out, if we don't hear back from you, right?
Yeah.
Send a text,
I think
nothing wrong with that.
this 302 seems like it could be really dangerous though, especially in a multiple offer situation, because you could essentially be giving the seller an out, even if they have some other offers on the table. And they just don't wanna deal with, you know what I mean, if they.
No, for sure, yeah.
So you're basically saying, the seller could just say, oh yeah, I'm not gonna sign it, I got another offer sitting here. Yeah, no big deal.
in this low inventory market, I guess that's probably more probable, but I guess this has to
Yeah,
be
in a
available.
multiple offer situation, always remember that you wanna send your offer as clean as possible.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah, and like you could actually, just because you don't have that doesn't mean you can't terminate, you can terminate regardless.
Right. And you can
Yeah.
have that sign up front, there's nothing wrong with you have it, just don't send it.
I'd almost rather have, and I haven't even done this, I know some agents like to put the all things end at, 9 PM, blah, 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 and I'm like, great.
Yeah. The problem with that you have to be really careful of is if you put, all time periods to end at 9 PM. Well, if your buyer is in California and your seller is here in Georgia, you didn't clarify 9 PM.
What time
where,
zone?
What
Yeah.
time zone.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of little.
I've never even used those before, but I do, sometimes when I see them, I'm like.
Yeah, but like if it said 9 PM EST, like Eastern Standard Time, at least that's clear.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But I'd rather do that and be clear on that than this, you know, because then at least you gotta, yeah. If your person needs to go to bed at 7 o'clock.
Holidays are business days or one
Yeah.
of those.
But if your buyer doesn't want
You
to.
have a 5-day due diligence or a 4-day due diligence, depending on when you're actually sending that home binding. That could be in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, the
If
holiday,
you have a
you got
holiday,
weekend.
You got 5 days,
yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
that's 2 weeks.
And I really don't like the stipulation that either says only business or banking days count, or the stipulation that says if any contingency ends on a weekend, it rolls over to the next business day, because most of the time it says ends on a weekend. Well, Christmas Day, I think this year is a Monday, so that's not a weekend. It is a holiday. Are you counting that as a business day? We don't know. So those stipulations actually bother me a little bit more than the timing ones. At the time, you can be clear, you just have to word it correctly, but I think it's very difficult to encompass all the things that could occur as far as.
Yeah, no, I agree. I would rather pick the date and use those number of days by some that, but I had a listing agent that didn't like that because she wanted to have a short due diligence, I guess, for days on market or something. I don't know. In case we pulled out, I don't know. But anyway, so I had 7 days so that it would fall, I think, on a Tuesday or Wednesday or something. I had it so that it wouldn't fall on a weekend. And then she's like, oh, go ahead and just do, if you could do 5 days, but then put in, you know, no weekend. No. And I was telling her why I was doing 7 days was because there was a weekend involved there. Anyway, so.
And I mean, if that's what it takes to win the deal, I'm not saying you should never do it, but understand that there are pitfalls there and it's not like a quick, easy, let's use it every time.
Yeah, it actually got it. In that case, it actually got us an extra day because I forgot about, what is it now, Indigenous Peoples' Day or something. So I actually got Monday also because, yeah, it used to be, it's not anymore. But I actually got an extra day. I actually got an extra day because I forgot that that was a holiday, a federal holiday. So
Can you just say banking days? Are all the banks consistent? I know credit unions,
So
I think, are.
the contract defines both business and banking days. So you'll have to like look at the definition and understand that, but my point is most people don't understand that enough. And most people don't use those words after having read the definition. And so part of what you're doing is understanding I don't wanna say intelligence level of the other side, but like the commitment level, maybe just the knowledge level in general. It's assuming that they've read and understood everything, because although you might know exactly what the contract says, the other side doesn't understand it, it will create an argument. Right? And you don't want an argument, you want it to be that the listing agent and then the selling agent are both working together towards closing, as is the lender, as is the attorney. It's like we're four, corners, if you will, all with this goal in the center here. So we're all on the same team. But if you set it up and y'all are technically adverse, yes, but all working towards a common goal. So if you set it up to where you're gonna create an argument, you're already harming that. Let's get to the common goal and really underlining that adversary part of the relationship, which never ends well. So I always say, set up your contracts to avoid confusion, to avoid that argument, even if it's kind of sneaky and it's better for your client. Is it really better if the other side gets pissed and walks away?
No. And I think it's good. I like to, after, having a binding contract, spell out the specific dates for everybody. And there's a GAR form that does that too. And that can really, then everybody's agreeing that, oh yeah, that's.
You mean the important dates?
Yeah, well, what's important on that is, I think the rest say the same thing, that's not the agreement.
No, I understand that, but at least once you send that, if there's any kind of confusion, it's at least discussed.
But yeah, for clarity between parties purposes, yes, you just have to be really, really careful, because if your due diligence, is 10 days and you accidentally count 11 days, so it's supposed to end December 10th, but you write December 11th.
Yeah, you can't change it,
Everyone
but
could get confused and we operate like it's December 11th. When it comes down to it, your contract has it ending on the 10th. That's what's going to, rule, not this reminder. So.
well, I'm assuming that there's competence at some place in that group.
Well, that might be over assuming what everyone's got going on. But yeah, I mean, we all make easy mistakes and quick mistakes. I just say that's a form, if you're gonna fill out the reminder, I think it's perfect and appreciated. And some agents just like put it in email format. So either way is fine. I don't know that one is better than the other. Just be careful about double checking it is fine.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But I would, but at least there, again, is the second place where you've all, you know, looked at it and everyone's received it and the lender, the attorney, both sides.
And I think if you are on not the side that's drafting it, but the other agent, right? Like if you're putting it together and you're the agent on the other side, you wanna go back and double check. Sandy's date,
For
so
sure,
you
for
can
sure,
say,
for sure.
hey, thank you so much for sending that recap. It looks like our contract actually has due diligence ending on the 10th, not the 11th, because that's better for yourself, right? So double check them, and then Sandy can be like, oh my gosh, so sorry, I typoed, here's an updated list, and then everybody's happy and on the same page, and it's not a big deal.
It's just the win-win situation again.
Yeah, exactly. And it's good for your business moving forward. You wanna you wanna get to the closing table where the other agent says, you were awesome to work with. You represented your client well and you fought hard for him, but you were so pleasant. You were so available. You were so easy to work with. Because when they see your name come back through their office again, they're gonna be like, yes, Sandy was
and not like,
amazing.
"Ugh."
Yes, yes, and we've all had.
I got a couple of those.
You start creating your own blacklist, right?
Yes. Yes. So I mean, it's good for the growth of your business to avoid setting the other agent up to fail or.
Playing petty games, how's it going?
How's it going? Yeah.
So like,
They thanked me though at the end.
Oh,
They
they're
thanked me
better.
at the end, yeah,
well, you
I'm the
did
lender,
both of
getting,
your
by
jobs.
getting them, yeah,
And
by
I
getting
knew, I
them.
knew the two brokers, because they were brokers. And I don't think I talked to either one of them.
Monica is who came to closing, the wife,
Yeah,
she's the one that came to closing. Monica, yeah, that's right. His wife,
Giovanni's, right?
Giovanni's wife, yeah. So he didn't actually come to
But
closing.
they both knew on both deals that I worked with you, right? I think you mentioned it to them.
I think I did. I mentioned it to him. I can't remember if she was copied on it. She was copied on a lot of our communications though, so probably, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they were a mess, but she did. She did make a point after, like, we were leaving, we were in our cars, and she pulled up next to me, and she did make a point to stop and say, Sandy, thank you so much for helping us with the lender and the loan and blah, 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 you know. And I was like, yeah, my seller, let her sell. I'm glad you appreciate it, but it wasn't for you. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank y'all. We're gonna talk about next meeting.
I don't know, what you guys think?
Are these sweaters?
I think so. I'll leave them.
Totally legal.
Oh, my.
Oh, wait, isn't there something next Tuesday?
Yeah.
I have to leave because I have a call in to win, but there is something next Tuesday that they were just talking about. On the 12th, is it? What are you talking about? Oh, no, never mind. It was the thing that, it's the thing that Nina was talking about. The closing gift, the company that came in last week.
I don't know where my flapper dress, I'm gonna wear a different dress. But if I try on my dress again and then I don't like it, then I might show up in my flapper dress. Be surprised.
Yeah. So don't talk about anything too important next week, because I can't come for contracts. It's all about me.
Sounds like you've already covered a lot of things.
It's all about me. Oh my gosh, no. Oh, jeez.
You have covered a lot of interesting things, Sandy.
Well, that's true. That's true. It's like, but, you know. Every transaction is a different story.
Well, I'm glad we're talking about the website this morning, because I didn't know, I knew there was a time, but I didn't know it was gonna be this year. That they were gonna pull those out.
What's happening?
Our websites are getting updated,
Oh.
but I don't think the timeline for them got communicated properly.
Gotcha. Alright, do you want these ATAC copies to make it?
I'll take it.
I will see you guys later.
Thank you. You're welcome. See you tomorrow. Rock is fun. I'm excited. Tomorrow. Okay. Are you coming?
Yeah.
It's such an introvert, I mean,
Rachel's not bringing
I wanna answer, like.
Rachel's not bringing her husband. She's coming single. When is this? Tomorrow? Tomorrow night. 6 o'clock. It's super fun.
Wednesday.
Got a date with the little 14-year-old. Yeah.
If she breaks the date, then I will come.
Okay. Oh, you've got that like beach trip.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, on that.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Not this new.
Wonderful.
Okay, guys, have a great day.
practicing on the. That thing, just saying that, just in case the fire does.
Yeah.
And you have to, give it several consent. And, the.
Yeah.
The agency, the radar, the whole, the fire facility, yeah.
Good, especially the sellers thing, with sellers too, but. It's funny, cause you say and you get flooded and then you guys are still. Or they just, oh, right, look at how, okay, look at how professional they are with what was said, you never know what.
Correct, and because I did text her and ask her, I said, do you want to read this, coming back? She texted and she said, it's got super busy, I may have Wednesday or Thursday, because I've got this many, things to do. And I said, that's fine, he wants to see the draft, or you've had time to read it, because we did it 10 o'clock tonight. And for a draft, so you can read it, so that when you leave, it won't be on. And she said, yes, and she said, and I need to send it to my husband,
and husband being present. Okay, so we just had last time, we go through the. Push this top first, more. So that's.
It's like you say that, and say, you can't leave. You know?
Yes, so I would just assume that communication would be more about. In the same parts, just right, instead of all being agreed differently.
It should be bad, it's not hard, but I don't have it written down or organized. I thought we also used to do bench, right? Yeah, we would, all the things that we could help with this, we can, some of the sound that, right? I don't know. You're the day that we will pick up something that, you have to look, and this is going to the cellular community, whatever, you know. But I just simply know I shouldn't have something, yeah, I don't know this better. Now, what I do is I write down, you know, something. But the five most important stuff in this case. Right, every case is different, right?
So I used, AutoCAD MLS.
Yeah, it is.
The cloud, ceiling, increase on.
Yeah.
So but you can delete sections
Sure.
out of it.
Otherwise it's too big.
Correct.
Which is okay, it depends how they wanna, if they don't mind 28 pages, then hey, 28 pages, yeah. If they just wanna see something smaller, then.
So I wasn't happy with the comps that it showed, so I went and searched for threes. I started with
Yeah.
and so it came up with $187.
Which boosted that one.
It's above 600, it's not 629. Right, but like I said, in that subdivision, it's topped out at 610, then it's set.
That's what I'm saying, we don't, especially now when we're in winter. How would you tell 580? Is that how you feel about that?
Start at 600 and what you can do about it. You just put everything back in the. But I also went in there and used a market statistic. If a home is, 4 or more bedrooms in Beaufort, 3 bathrooms, and it hits it right there. It's just right at 600, just, I mean,
Yeah, the one I think came under, I think, what did they do? Oh, at the time when I was doing it, I did have 4 bedrooms.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 bathrooms, 3 houses, 3.5, 4, so I did 4 bathrooms.
okay.
And I forget, but I got it printed out and everything, and it probably came up less than, okay, it depends. Oh, I did the zipper on it, which I found 1.9. Okay. If you don't use for it, it goes way too far.
But I was speaking in second to first.
Okay, you do that, okay. So I use the zip code, which is pretty close, okay. Yeah, we're in area, we're in that, I was on the 5.5, 6, there. But then we can blame on the, but the visible could be, like I said. 10 days, and then what happens is that once you get off it, just really like it's 10 days, holidays hit, and it could stigmatize them those. But then again, and then you, oh, yeah, my one next one spot was that, and you bring it all up. Then people, you know, if it's true that people want it, they'll start stacking up, you know, and you want to know close to what you want. Otherwise, but most of the days, at the end of the day, whatever it was, as long as you understand, always playing, you know, for the game. Look at your, and you wish to mention, this is. You even send yourself down and every 5:30. And come without, yeah, big trouble, a huge trouble.
That's one of the. About queries or, and then give you the recommendation of the adjustments, and what is your bond? They do 50. And they refinance in 2015.
So we're gonna have a grade already, right, or something like that. Depends how much cash house you have. The roads we know, you gotta remind to check.
We,
To see how much shows now.
no,
Okay. Just give you a reminder. Everyone has remind us on
Thursday.
Yeah.
Go into that. She's an expert in doctor, she's done it before, and she's the one, learned all the line about what bias. And how they fall over the house. Like you say, oh, I'm not talking about the vision. Well, this is, we should have houses, on flat with the phone, you can see all that in that. So it's a little area. We don't get it. Very nice.
I was gonna come say hello before I left.
It was all cool, thanks so much.
You're so welcome. There's a community down the street.
There's a lot of things to go. And realtors have to respond. If you want to have, India, or it's like, okay, check it out. So.
Really quick, it's all in the-
Yeah. To make sure you see people going on this. I did a little video saying, here's the tennis courts in the pool and blah, 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 and I started that. Anyway. Your prices directly the price, and they're gonna be doing, they've got single family towns, they've got 3 days. There's a community, condos that are becoming, that's still negotiating.
With the city of Beachport.
City, but anyway, so. Want to go grab anything they've got, a snack, they've got wine, of course, but they've got water. Try to have a sugar, have fun here. How big garden? No, well, that's the builder.
Waterside.
It's called Waterside.
When you get out of this parking lot here,
Here's the clubhouse. Here's the swim. Here's the front door. Here's the food. Lovely. There's the gym. There's 2 sides, there's outside, there's an elevator. There's the 4 side of here. 4 side.
it's not mine, yeah.
7 miles.
You make it laugh at the parking lot, so everything.
Okay, bye, see you. Sure, I didn't know they were still here, so I was like, oh, we talked.
You make it laugh at the subdivision, just make it, all right. And you'll run into from the right hand side.
And you want.
With the data, we have the nice to know what's available in the area. We have to. That which is. Very good. They all, that's probably. That's what they all, that's probably.
Oh. So I did meet, some, people that are moving from Florida that might be in the country, close. The kid is in Roswell, and they want to move. So this one.
You want to move to where?
I met them and, they want to be closer to Roswell. So
There you
it might be if their daughter needs to move to a better place for kids, so they're looking at water for the money.
Doctor mentioned others that are in Beaufort, and they are in Swanee, and they are in Russell.
That's where I would like to be in a place populated dense area, but I'm.
Good.
See how the thing works. You want to see the documents, what was sent, how?
That's cool. No, I'm not sure, I know what you're saying. I know it's. The email.
Wait on the, so thank you, what time?
Once you get to it another day, then just bring it, if I have, let's bring your print. Well, I'm gonna do you.
fill it in, and so too long, you have, these are the places, like the special steps of the track. This is what we're, any adjustments to list price.
Sure. Yeah, just ways of them like that is, yeah.
Another agent, I mean, it's.
I think.
You are.
And I'm gonna stretch her. Why you both of these sharing? Best things are going. We don't always want. Sometimes I say something that's totally wrong, just curious. Something that wine that way.
The thing that I asked is just because of having, Fred, my husband, wants to agree. And they're, wants to agree about timing is, and that's what's in the and the pricing, both of them had to agree. So that's the kind of stuff, and we needed to come in and look at it and read it and tell us.
Only some people understand, I mean, or just goes out, okay. But I think she's smart enough to work. I'm listening time days, but right.
Because it needs to be in the contract.
There is stipulations about that, about the way it's started, some people. But didn't go for it.
Michael was complicated, he had, military entitlement that. This guy.
Right, he needed to sell in order to get more benefit in the VA, the main one, okay, I get it. But this one, he said, in the house.
I think that's when they I can guess it, but I think that's when they refinanced the 18. And they took out another one, 250,000. He took the equity. Yeah.
And. Pay them off, something, never.
Now my brain's already switched to, how come sell this thing?
Oh, with Liz, she said, Liz, man, that's the one I'm fine.
Yes. Yes.
And as soon as she gives it an okay, I contact her. With some, we just have a good picture of the ground. So we can do a tripod and also invite neighbors to help, I mean, we'll do it in advance, but. The door hanger is too small for the position. No. Now I'm thinking about something, but I changed my mind just now, but I was thinking of just doing the job listed that we bought, and I got it somewhere in my copy. Just listed. And I will close our pictures and stuff about it. Some of the things teams around, so that would be weird, I think that. And we'll just put it on the one. Always customized just for that. Yeah.
Here's my drama.
The girl?
Yes.
That'd be fun.
Here's the drama, because if she said she'd be shaved and she wanted to do less than 15, but we said we meet with her. Right, and say a coming soon. And so that goes live then. Is open house at 16? That would be 16%?
Yeah. You can't attend.
Yeah.
You can't attend.
You know, I just had to. Michael do some project for the moment, it's the 23rd. And the Christmas Eve, that's where. See. Because you're gonna get one open house, what makes me wonder if we should do one in the
Which. Those people already thinking about Christmas and travel. I think, when you're that close to holiday, but Wednesday might be good, that's the 21st.
Wednesday is the 20th.
That's what I'm saying, that's okay. So we celebrate that night. And I think so either today. Right?
It's not like she's moving out. So that's the real.
Yes, again, Wednesday, right?
20th.
Wednesday, 20th, and that could be something like, again, 2 to 4, it's going to be so requirements. Want to hold it this fall. And then with that.
Okay.
With that one. We got to know where to get it up there. Yeah. There was no really, I don't get things. That's not people. And then what we can do. Yeah, food special programs, then we separate them. And, yeah, and then we can do a small to do it more than. Yeah, right, are you a customer member? Okay. Yeah, okay, but this is, no, just go to your app, whatever it sounds.
Right.
Like something like that. If you go to this event on our website, what events, healthy, programs are coming in to the place. And they did this thing where it's a long-term thing.
Yeah.
And it got up into 3 pieces of like prosciutto and salami and stuff like that. And then bring in the cheese, or close the kind of layers. Yeah. They have wine, but they don't have wine, we also and for events, so we don't have that, so we don't have wine, but for. I don't know, what? For egg?
They don't, I have, I did it for, in the sparkling happens.
No, definitely.
And there's a dollar store.
Yeah. Because we should be spending time on. It's serving anything to anybody, it's everybody sells their stuff, they should start trying to, that's all, you know? Kids, kids. Cool. Already, that's my first. Now, we can do the 20th, also, that's Tuesday. If you think my first too close.
The 19th is Easter for me.
What day is that?
Tuesday, but we're here.
No.
I'm here until at least 2 or 3. Skip that. I miss her.
I mean, this is good.
I miss her.
Ooh.
She's up from work.
Oh, is that an official meeting now?
That's Jody. Yeah. Like, she uses it now in her speech of like, you want to tell me to do that? Hey, like, you
I promise that, you know.
no, soon.
Okay, so, and, oh, that's kind of get a follow. But I can't this morning, you told her, yeah, I'm so sorry, I couldn't make it. You know, yeah.
So what I repeat, find saying somebody, this new, our website's changing. Our Keller website. So whatever you got on your website, just want to keep, save it.
Good, so I'm about that.
Yeah, she did the 11.
Two grand, 132, 2 grand. I'll be trying to jealous. But I'm thinking we need to launch some really funny. Yes.
Yes.
Now we're gonna try to work it out, I know that's sold. There'll be a day in itself, I'll just do that all day long.
Right.
But it's okay, we can do that. And that we have to try on.
My good friend and neighbor, she's wanting to do all that stuff, working here with me, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing
Do
it.
what?
go and hand out little Popeyes, and she told me yesterday, she said, what are you doing? And then I was gonna say, she wanted, like potted iris or potted something.
Or in the spring, or now in the winter, it's not all in a bag. Sweet, it was fun. You're so sick, you give somebody just to agree.
Right.
You know, and that way you get more out of it, you know, a little pail that is, that's all put out. So by the time you leave, and that thing costs you $4, maybe for you. You want to little bag, everything, garden.
Robert Doyle says, meat thermometers. Meat thermometer.
Oh, me, the moment, okay. I could use one of those. Every time I put something in the oven, not ready.
So.
How much are those?
Take a look, $1 at the dollar store.
I didn't know this. Okay, I do want.
Make it a little part. Call me before the market is, I'll get around to it.
You know, better, stand down in my, wow. She did, they do. Here. So much with mine. Hey, Michelle, I'm talking about you. What is good? For real. It's that they might, they're fine to all that thing, but it's consistent about. Well, that was like that with their approaching here. This is quite whatever. And then, as they come in, you really come. Whoever doesn't, whoever just looks at you like, oh, yeah, because you got to big move.
Right.
I've been on the last like 105. Every year. I think it's just the movie that they pay for. In the small. Always a big deal. The man who can pay. But of course, the movies are $2. $45. You know, but we can't open it because it's so over there. And now we're able to get, well, I didn't thought that would work a piece. Oh, mine, too, you know. Like, all of a sudden, like. The $4 cookies or the $4.
In the grand scheme of things, you're gonna give them Christmas gift because your grandchildren. Probably, you know, and, said the mayor.
And I think one of us asked her. People. Let's go to the top. Oh, here it goes. Different idea. There it is. I always like barbecues or something. Yeah, I like barbecue. But then I think, bring somebody, bring somebody to the club. Then you're there, bring with your people. Yeah. And then you put a budget, try out.
You know, Janae now, and,
There's money for me then to get one day. Wonderful. Yeah. from Saturday, but everybody. And they have the grills and everything, and they were doing all this food. And they had it so nicely organized and so fresh, so I tried to make it fresh on everything. But the drinks and all, you look at it, right? And so you, there, said, okay, I want 2 tacos, 2 carne asada, and 1, whatever, chorizo, or whatever you want. They'll make it for you, and then ask what you want. I just want to start, yeah, we will go to it. Wow, this is dog. So what it is, and I started talking to the guy. Now we're doing it. Work for work. And then it's from that. You could go on $50. And it's high. It's a higher place, so. Yeah. Wait a minute, yeah.
Lots of things. I think next year probably we'll be all so busy.
I hope so, and this year, that should be a nice one. For your name, you know, because when you do it at that point, I think you think mornings and you have the banner on it, and have a title, who are you and what are you doing for your life? So that is, right? It's that nice mind, we should just try that. You know this. If we depart, try to get it. That's my. Okay, so she, all this year, 20 years was, she had a regular uniform. You like a box truck, right? She could have right there. Yeah, and do continue all of the strong guys. And we buy really get the new and what happened is you saw that thing all around. There's one thing anybody hates about moving house to the shop.
They promise you the event and they don't.
But at least you had it, you just spend that, that's just. And then she parked right at the very end, and you were coming for it like, that's the way, that's good, what do you like? So you start thinking about what is that can do different. And try, not only is it nice for clients, I think that's so crazy, that's my opinion. Heck, I was driving every day, feel real more just to advertise myself. Yeah. Some people in the subdivision wouldn't mind you parking it there.
The only thing I have different, but I can't seem to get it willing to actually do it. I have to get contact with he's just my.
Well, you know, it's been a while, Tony, I just want that. Inspector, yeah, that's, if you finish one, Tony's a guy, I think, yeah. He told me about. But he was people dying. There's no bridge to the cells.
He just has an add-on, and it's on the tell you, get it in that kind of thing. Of course, the appraiser. That's part of me that call that.
You can make this way, make this way, do what I want to suggest you to do. But you can bring me in as a. What is?
Oh.
No. Don't say that. And you tell me, I think you're doing it like yourself, you know, what is one thing eating some shit. Well, let's face it, how that it used to me that saying it's good for the right? Otherwise, you're just spending money for just having someone say, it looks good, thank you.
Yeah.
Basically, you come into an old house, goes in the early 90s. Look, as I toured the house, this inspector did like touring also. He's gonna charge you a very low fee, now this time they're $550. You gotta do it 3 or 4 hours, 3 hour inspection, but it's gonna be seen with different eyes, okay? And you can try to, you know, they're gonna do this. We're only gonna charge them $100. There's $150 that came in for that, the first one. That, what can we call it? They call it they have a name, walkthrough, inspection, something like that. Because you already didn't go to the house. You didn't really didn't agree, you started doing everything. I don't know how to go. But someone who wants to know how, what's it gonna show, how long it will take to. Yeah, market betting is something. I did that for some money, but instead of what I did was, I wrote a heavy man, usually did a lot of work. I needed an person to tell me that was wrong. So I go to handyman, she brought her own handyman, and, you know, she had given her prize, and $5,000, she had a job to make that house sell.
Because he did check the ethics and all that, you can't do it just. Not for going on call. Yes.
And if you want to, you can have that kind of issue.
I think so, but I mean, I don't have any problem with that transparency.
Right, so it's 100% certified inspection.
Especially if they sign it, oh, yes.
Well, then you go to, yeah, there's different ways of getting that, you do a full inspection.
So from my perspective, I was thinking that it would be, that I would pay for it out of our commission. On this closing, someone said, same as if you file a warranty, somebody, right, some people were saying, I don't know what makes you do it, okay, you know, your home warranty, alibi, your home warranty.
And from, you want. Yeah, we was, I was going to, listen. And that, and you're still going on the add-ons. That's the basic, right? Yeah, that's usually once average range.
So that's the only way I can think of ever, but. They would have to sign with me. But we take that in my relation.
Business.
Probably.
You should have different some divisions and some divided stuff. And I wouldn't because of the problem, the best one is vision of the either of you guys are going to farm, like or something. She only pointed out that they do let buyer. And you make it let the house in great condition because you want to buy the buyer. Okay. The better to run. Yeah, he is part of. From the end of the world. What I want everything, but.
Maybe, yeah. Never said that. Trying to get the.
More value. More value for life.
Yeah, the professional, he truly, you know, helping
But in that case, we can just simply give them the inspection. Actually. But then it's cool, you do, you didn't have to pay them.
Right.
And you buy them, once you get the wood, it's pretty good. It's like the eye of any store. There's what you put, there's what you can. I heard a sign yesterday, says you go buy chicken bites, fish food. One of you guys. About late, though. I remember.
They just had their program, so it's probably a lot of advertising.
Yeah. When did they come out? You know? That's bad.
They're coming, when did they?
Yeah, when it started.
I don't quote me.
Yeah, they have a sound, modern. But then cause honestly, I knew what the name, but didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I said, how was it in the seventies and nineties? And then when you hear something that sounds modern. Yeah, I guess that completely, you know.
Just end up right. If John writes it, then it's a bit more, just finding them, kind of like bad. And then if the whole band is got involved, and the one that just left, he was more electronic and technique layer the sounds. He just
But it's not like modern. But I'm going to, it's supposed to be that one of the biggest hits. And that's why it's really good. Yeah.
Really international. And I think I'm looking and kind of make their sound universal.
But it's really against the temple when they go to, because it's, you know, and you might be a little out here and you go there and you got to walk way down the green field. Down by the streets of at least 3 days. Yeah, it really is that way, but I'm seeing, you know. Cause I know bands that are not, I'm fans of, they're not commercial at all. But they go to Europe and the band is sell out.
Right.
You know, and different appreciation, you know.
They slow down.
You know, one of those finest in Georgia, they were just selling his slaves. One of those finest, he was good. He was black and white, male and female, so it was very, you know, commercial, yeah. And the sound was not commercial at all. They had a couple of hits like 30 Days in the Hole, something like that. But you guys fine. Chinese. Yeah, I heard one day, one time, to German style. Here, after Germany, we wish we lived in Georgia, we could see all that. You know, fine, you know. And you could play like, for example, 4th of July, and I'm talking about this. I was there in 2010, you might think, why am I not, right? And I just bang, because I missed the introduction. You know, this fine stuff, eat stuff like that, and I missed the introduction, man. But I started watching, I'm thinking, huge. The band and like this, they get the place back or July fireworks, you know, like. And then very, very, very end, I get more interested in them, you know, if it's not them, sounds like them, or could be slim down on this, you know. Right, and then the AM and the, well, thank you for having us again, and different venues all around, right? We don't want to finance it, we thank you, I know it. You know, we are watching this and we're not even appreciating it, everybody's talking. It's a little time, you know.
Right.
And just Germany anywhere, it was so loud.
Yeah. And play them. Same Margaritaville.
Oh, Jimmy Buffett.
Jimmy Buffett, that ended up at places for Jimmy Buffett, in so many times, it's like. Fully appreciate this person's abilities.
Right, right, oh, anywhere where it's warm. You know, and then, yeah, I mean, he's strong, he made it into a brand, really, yeah, he made it into a brand, and Roger, you know, into a restaurant and all that, I mean, he did it good for him. And he's wanting to do the thing about 5 o'clock somewhere, and,
Yes.
and Margarita in hand, and Bridget in hand. Yeah. And I was excited when I was in that movie. But I wasn't a fan, I said, okay, it's limited to 3 o'clock, you know, it's just if I'm in that place, and I'm playing 3 o'clock. Well,
I know, I know, this side, we went back to the fleet.
Anyway, we were at Fox.
Right, and
Anyway, we got caught in one of his pictures. With all the flashlights.
Okay.
I should save it for them from.
Yeah, exactly. You should do that. That would be, I'll put in an album or something in the folder that's a certified.
Right.
Yeah, do that.
Distractors as well. Yes. They can help with distractors. Whenever I want to be distracted. Yes. German.
It was like all the time, like 40 hours, trusting chocolate. You see him around, he's just like an everyday ordinary guy, and he in a store, he said a saxophone from there. He's someone else in John. When I first met him and started talking with him.
Yeah.
He doesn't tell you, he's one of those that's, oh, I'm such and such, and I mean, I just talking to him, but it's really well. It's like, yeah, because I don't think you, well, no, I didn't say that, but I didn't know you have to bad. One thing that I understand.
You gotta go wherever they say.
Right. So he plays the Lulu theater, it's a little nice theater. He played there like 2 years ago. With his own band, this guy was own band now, you know. We got a chance to sing. With 3 divisions ago, that's 10, you like the CBDCs?
Yes.
Okay, so you had a Methodist church just back here in Fishburne. It's how that, I think it's the most amazing, that's it's Stephen thing, it's not just Steve, it's the word. So you get there, when the dress all this, the era, right? So you get there and you can't walk to the park, you got park in the church, walk to the park, they do it. And you see the village, so they recreate kind of a. And you, when you first get there, I said, okay, welcome visitors from, where are you coming from? It's like you gotta reach for the census.
Oh.
Basically, right? And you're laying out and be the family, you're like, oh, you can't. How many are there? See, and they got live camels and stuff, it's what kids do, right? And then, once you go inside, you start walk into it, it's all nothing but mud and grass, whatever. And have little huts right next to each other, and then kilos or hut is actually from something from that era. Usually you exchange coins, usually you exchange furs, usually, and they teach the kids what each one did back then, you know. Usually you did this, not the other, so it's pretty cool, but you go through all that, all spices, or how to get ready for the era. So, at the very end, towards the very end, you start out paying with and then finally, you see, yeah, that's how it ends. And then you walk back, towards I like, yeah, it's one of the, you know, parts down there where some of very homeless thing we do. Okay, cover, and then have pretty much time by it.
So how long is this going?
It only goes for 1 weekend, probably not this weekend, I'm checking out this next weekend. Or for Christmas party and do that, but I spring. We have to do this over there at Children's Park, it's my favorite park.
Yeah.
Once.
Correct. One of
Okay. I'm gonna pull you out here and see. Yeah, especially there, because it's free, it's non, you know,
Yeah.
you have to go into anything. You should do. Yeah. Okay. It's funny, my parents should put the two together, the fucking with the funky.
So many people. Because mostly it's on, they don't get up to Jesus, they just kind of.
Oh, fogey, so foggy.
Yes, but they, it's insulting, or you, like, you know, like old folks.
Oh, thanks, oh, sorry.
Right.
Yeah. Hello, how are you doing?
So good, how are you?
So good, so good. Okay, what's the name of, right back here. Yeah, what is the name, you know, of that Methodist church right here in Bishop Gorge that does the, live on TBC on here? You know,
Methodist?
yeah,
Simpson?
Simpson, thank you.
They're gonna map out.
Have you ever been?
Not.
Really? If you're a Christmassy person, it's really, really cool.
Must get the field elsewhere. Our church does one.
What church you go to?
I have to admit, I don't go to it.
Okay.